9:02, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Supervisor Brown? Here. Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
Supervisor Haschak?
Here.
Supervisor McCowan?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Here.
I'd like to invite CEO Angelo to lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Moving on to agenda item 5A, which is the election of the chair and vice chair of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors for calendar year 2020. Do we have any board comment to the item? Supervisor Brown.
My comment is I'd like to nominate Supervisor John Haschak as chair and Supervisor Dan Jurdy as vice chair.
Second.
Any other board comment to the motion? Do we have any public comment to the motion, to the item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote by the button. Motion carries unanimously. Chair Haschak presiding.
Thank you very much, and I'd certainly like to thank Supervisor Brown for being a great role model during this past year. So thank you. So, moving on to agenda item number 2A, adoption of proclamation recognizing January 9th, 2020 as National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day in Mendocino County. So I'm going to hand this over to Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, this is a fairly concise proclamation, so maybe I will just read the rest of it. Whereas there are more than 900,000 law enforcement officers serving the United States, including the dedicated members of the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office, and whereas 111 officers so far have lost their lives nationwide in the line of duty in 2019, 10 officers in California alone, and whereas Mendocino County has suffered losses of law enforcement officers in the past, and whereas the duty of law enforcement officers is to serve and protect the citizens of their jurisdiction every day, every year, without fail, in an ever-increasingly dangerous environment, this day was established to remember and thank the officers for their duty and sacrifice, that all may have a safer community in which to live. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Mendocino County hereby proclaims Thursday, January 9th, 2020 as National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day and encourages all to thank officers. Signed, John Haschak, Chair. And I think we have Sheriff Kendall and Captain Van Patten here.
Stall for a second.
You can use one.
I'm sorry, actually. Oh, okay. Is it on? First off, I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors and CEO Angelo for the constant support that you guys have given to the Sheriff's Office and to all of public safety in Mendocino County. CEO Angelo has shown time and time again that she not only talks the talk, she walks the walk when it comes to our EOC, our Emergency Operations Center. She's been a very key player in making sure that all of things are running smoothly for the safety of our citizens. And it's that overbearing goal of the safety of our citizens comes first before anything else can move on that we appreciate so much. Captain?
Thank you, and I'll probably get myself into a little bit of trouble. On behalf of the men and women that are employed with the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office, we want to show our appreciation for this moment of appreciation. Public safety is a very difficult job day in and day out, and appreciation means, I'm going to say, more than what the paycheck does for what we do. But again, please issue those paychecks every 2 weeks, because we do like to eat and clothe our children and stuff like that. But once again, thank you so much. The support that we have felt from county administration, from the Board of Supervisors, has never been as great as it is now, and we appreciate that, and we look forward to working very hard for our visitors and for the citizens of Mendocino County. Thank you.
Picture for memorializes.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to public expression. Do we have any cards? Let's see. I'm gonna take Mike Griggs. Did you want to go first?
I'm Mike Griggs. At the last board meeting, Amy Buckingham was speaking, and Supervisor Williams asked her about ambulance service, and she told him at that time there were 2 ambulances available, one only 3 miles away. Oh, this is about Joan Davis's death a couple weeks ago. I know Supervisor Williams knows more about ambulances now than he did at the time of the meeting, but I wanted to clarify that the 2 ambulances that were available when Joan Davis needed transport to Santa Rosa were not able to transport her because they were here for 911 calls. When the ambulance level gets down to 2, it starts at 4 because there's 4 ambulances. When it gets down to 2, those ambulances are only used for 911 calls. So at 5:15 when she was ready, or 5:45 when she was ready for transport, there were no ambulances. Between that and 11:11 when she was transported, an ambulance came into service, changed the status to 3, but before it was set up to transfer Joan Davis, it went out on a 911 call. I just wanted everybody to know that just because there's ambulances doesn't mean some of their services can be had. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Andrew Hosford. Sure. Paul Hosford.
Good morning. My name's Paul Hosford. I'd like to ask if the Board of Supervisors could give us an update on the ad hoc committee research on the EMS situation in the county.
Let's see. Is there an update from the ad hoc for EMS?
Well, there's not one on the agenda today. Maybe I'll refer to County Council.
Mr. Chair, since it is an agendized item, I would keep any discussion pretty limited in terms of response to public comment. I would not go beyond what would otherwise be covered in a supervisor's report.
So if I may continue, I would say it's a crisis, and there's an argument that it's county responsibility. This county contributes very little to ambulance service. Historically, it has worked without contribution, but national policy trickling down, the reimbursement rates are so low that private ambulance companies cannot sustain. And there's been some discussion about trying to run a sales tax. And I know that hasn't been popular in the cities because the cities have limited funding channels, sales tax being one of their primary sources. We're approaching a ceiling. We don't know that it would pass without the support of cities. And so going forward, either the county will need to contribute, we'll have to find another creative solution to find funding. The city of Ukiah is currently undergoing a feasibility study. We expect to be done sometime in spring. They're looking at the entire county. That might shed some answers on just how much of a financial contribution will be required.
Okay, so does the chair have, do you have anything to update with how much further you're going to go with, or how soon, besides the spring, that the situation with the EMS?
Well, hopefully we will have a report this afternoon about the ad hoc committee and what they're doing, so what their progress they're making.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Thank you.
okay, thank you. Okay, Andrew Hosford.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us. I haven't personally involved myself with county politics really ever. And I think that as many of you have experienced, there's something in your life that happens that calls you to action or calls you to try to represent that. And so that action was the death of my grandmother, which we don't know what would have happened, but potentially could have been altered if we had the appropriate services in our rural communities. And this has been an ongoing issue that more and more of our county, county constituents are concerned about, not necessarily in the more, I'm not going to say metropolitan, but more concentrated areas, but the rural communities, particularly up the 101 corridor. I appreciate Supervisor Williams' social media campaign regarding the updates of the services and the staffing levels, updates that have occurred. Done a fair amount of research on, what do these mean and how often are these things happening and how often are our services deficient that is resulting in delay in services for critical care or IFT, interfacility transports outside of our community. And it seems like it's a significant amount. I asked somebody one of our first responders, how often do you think this is happening? He said probably about 50% of the time our services are insufficient enough to provide appropriate medical IFT, interfacility transport. And so what is resulting in that? What is affecting that? Some of the things are medical health and us not resolving that issue. Some of it is, Mendocino County doesn't have enough population to have a significant ambulance service come to the community because it doesn't pay. Our hospital that represents Ukiah and Willits and potentially may end up representing Fort Bragg, providing ER services, doesn't have an ambulance service. Fort Bragg does, but that's not going to result in the 101 corridor being covered. You can't require a private company to supply this service. I work at a company called Spare Time Supply. We distribute gardening products up and down the western United States. We provide transport as a service to our business because it benefits our customers. We give that away as a service even though we know we're losing money with it because it helps us in the long run and it gains rapport with our customers. I sure would like to see that with the hospitals, and I don't know if you guys could do anything to see that through. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hosford. Okay, Scott Ward.
Good morning and Happy New Year. Scott Ward, Red Oak Valley. My comments aren't quite as serious as the ones with the ambulance. My family was affected with my granddaughter not being able to get transferred to Santa Rosa with lack of an ambulance, and she was in a critical condition near death. So it is a serious matter to my family as well. The reason I'm here, I live near the Lions Park. And every morning when I drive by the Lions Park, I see two portable potties, blue ones, outside because the restroom facilities are malfunctioning at the Lions Park in Red Oak Valley. Neither one of those facilities is ADA accessible. However, the county requires my clients to get accessible restrooms for their operations where public or employees are involved. And certainly there are public and employees at the Red Oak Valley Lions Park. Federal law requires you to have an accessible restroom there. I have brought this before the board in an email and sent photos a couple months ago. Nothing's happened. You're renting those toilets from Silva Septic. You can rent an accessible portable toilet from Silva Septic today. It would be delivered today or tomorrow. So great to be consistent. If you're going to force the accessibility rules through the building department, the county should also walk the walk if they're going to talk the talk. Secondly, phase 3, I've got several clients wanting to enter into the cultivation phase of phase 3. I have nothing to advise them about. I know we're having an ad hoc committee. I know the process is being discussed and hopefully will be out soon. The sooner the better. Businessmen and women and investors need certainty from government as far as regulations for them to thrive and to confidently invest money into this county. Phase 3 doesn't lead anybody with any confidence yet because there's nothing for me or staff or anybody to tell cultivators or investors on how that works. So I'm requesting and asking respectfully that we get this going and get it solidified as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right. No other public comments? Okay, another public comment? Dr. Barish.
I just walked in at the tail, I'm Ace Barish from Howard Hospital. I walked in at the tail end of the discussion about the ambulances, and I just wanted to add that I've started a dialogue with Partnership Health about being able to downgrade the need for an ambulance for 5150 transfers, and they're looking into it so that we won't. I mean, I think as he already said, a lot of the ambulance transfer have to do with mental health 5150s, and so if we could transfer them with other than an ambulance, I think it would help the situation a lot. And of course, when we get our own locked facilities, I think that's going to help as well.
Okay, thank you. All right. Seeing no other public comments, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Clerk, has there been proper notice established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
All right. Anyone need to pull anything from there for consideration or comment? All right. Looking for a motion. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, sir. I move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
As presented.
Supervisor Haschak, would you like to call for public comment?
Is there any public comment about the consent calendar? Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second.
Can we repeat who made the motion in the second? I'm sorry.
Supervisor Brown made the motion, Supervisor Williams made the second.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. Moving on to agenda item 5G, discussion and possible action regarding an update to the Board of Supervisors from the Mental Health Treatment Act Citizens Oversight Committee on progress since the October 22nd, 2019 update. Okay. Do we have someone?
Chair
from-
Haschak, we have our past chair for Measure B, Dr. Ace Barish, and we also have our Measure B project manager, Isabel Gonzalez, and I believe they both will be doing the update to the board today. So
Okay.
if they could please step forward. Thank you.
Good morning again, Ace Barish, and I would like to welcome Isabel Gonzalez, our new project manager, who will be giving the updates in the future. Shall I just proceed with the update from our last meeting, December 8th?
Yes, please do.
So as you can see, the project manager has been hired and is on the job and will help our deliberations a lot. Hiring of the architect, as we've talked about before, went through a series of interviews with a subcommittee. The firm that was chosen is called Naughton Lewis. They're out of Sacramento. And the committee thought they were by far the most professional and reputable firm, and they were happy with their responses to the questions. I know there's been a lot of talk about the $3.3 million amount. It's important to understand that that's not the price tag, that it's up to that amount, that it depends on what services are performed. And there's a great deal of possible variability. So the likelihood is it'll be much less than that. For example, if a locked facility were part of a larger facility, there would be much less design necessary. So this firm is going to be responsible for pre-design, design, and construction of the crisis residential treatment facility, crisis stabilization unit, and psychiatric health facility.
Okay. Supervisor Williams has a comment.
Yeah, I have actually a question.
Yes.
So one of my ongoing concerns has been, we're talking about doing design work to build a CSU and a PUF. But when I've called other counties, I've found that either one of those facilities costs more to operate at the level we're talking about than the ongoing Measure B funds will provide. And even when looking at reimbursements to offset, I don't see how we're going to run a CSU and a PUF. Are you confident that we have sufficient funding in Measure B to operate those facilities once built?
No, I completely agree with you.
So we're building facilities that we all want, but on day one will not be operational unless we can find additional funding. How much additional funding do we need? My analysis shows we need millions.
Well, you know, I'm going to address that in the items to come.
Okay.
You know, I think that a very important addition to this whole mix has been the possibility of use of the Coast Hospital. And I think that's going to make a huge difference. But I will, if you don't mind, I'll just put that off for a little bit.
Sounds good.
Okay.
CEO?
Yeah, Chair Haschak, thank you. I appreciate Supervisor Williams' questions, and it's hard to move away from that question, but this board has already directed that we do a feasibility study on the operations. Basically, can we actually do a 24-hour inpatient residential and crisis stabilization? So I think at this point, you know, a lot of times we move away from what the actual agenda item is, which is really just an update from the last board meeting. So I would just like to remind this board and the public that this board has directed that we look at the cost of operations, and we are doing that. We are starting, as Dr. Barish has said, we are starting with Adventist Hospital. Again, I've already met with Jason Wells. We will be getting a proposal from Adventist Hospital within the next couple months, and that will talk about the cost of running a 24-hour inpatient if Adventist ran it. So we are working on that. I don't want us to be deterred from just what happened in the last Measure B meeting and that update from Dr. Barish. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Barish?
Yes, okay. And that was my next issue, was the concern of the board for the ongoing operation of these facilities and that's been my concern as well. I think that this new arisal with the letter from Mr. Wells last month, that I think that you also got a copy on December 12th, that at least you talked about at the last meeting, which led to your directing the county CEO to this feasibility study to be performed by Adventist Health. So all of this depends, of course, and I think that it's very likely that the district hospital the district will vote to have Adventist Health manage the new hospital and actually lease lease the district hospital, and but all of this, of course, depends on that March 6th, there's going to be a vote of the district that's going to decide whether or not they're going to accept Adventist Health's proposal. I think it's very likely that they will. But just mentioning that this hinges on that. If Adventist Health did manage the Coast Hospital, in Mr. Wells's letter, you may have noticed that there was no mention of asking for operational funds. I'm aware of how expensive it is to operate locked facilities. That includes the CSU and the CS and the PUF, or in this case, what it would be is a psych ward, a psych hospital arrangement. And the difference is, I mean, basically, it's still a locked facility, like a PUF unit. But it is intimately associated with an acute hospital, which allows a much higher level of care to be provided, including somatic care, in addition to psychiatric care. I know that a PUF unit, a crisis stabilization unit by itself can easily, just the staffing can come up to $1.5 million a year. It involves having immediately available mental health personnel, including a psychiatrist as well as a round-the-clock nurse. So I think if there can be some combining or offloading some of the operational funds, that would really improve things a whole lot. So the letter, as you remember, suggested the possibility of just running these this or these. I'm not sure whether this would include a crisis stabilization unit, but I think that's one of the issues under consideration. But it would include, it could all be done at the Coast Hospital possibly, or might include a facility in Ukiah, and the considerations, as you know, but of the two facilities are very different, because the Coast Hospital is a district entity and the Ukiah Hospital is privately owned. So, and at the last meeting of the Measure B committee, we suggested that we advise that the legal issues be investigated at your direction to ensure that this is a feasible project legally. Okay, are there any questions about that item? Any further questions?
Supervisor Williams? Supervisor Jordy.
So just to clarify, have we switched over to the second agenda item, which is Isabel's memo? Or no?
Oh,
or we're still in your report.
Well, this is,
That's where
I mean, I think there was a lot of overlap.
If I
I'm
may?
sure, yes, please.
The item is going to be presented as a separate item for you, and it is following up this item on the agenda. So for right now, we're still on the update.
Ms. Gonzalez, could you please introduce yourself when speaking?
Yes, Program Manager Isabel Gonzalez, Measure B.
Thank you.
The last item was the remodeling of the regional training facility of Mr. Allman. The ad hoc committee, including Mr. Allman and Ms. Miller, met and discussed further plans, looked at the facility. They were granted $50,000 of the $250,000 requested to begin renovation, and they have done some of that already. At the September meeting, there was a plan to detail the costs of the renovation that they're going to do in the future, and so that will, when we have that, which is being prepared by the Building and Planning Department, then we will make a recommendation to allocate the rest of the money, which probably will be next month.
Dr. Barish, I have a question about that.
Yes, yes.
So that will be a comprehensive work plan for this. You know, what I understand is there's a desire to have a commercial kitchen there, and that's a large part of the cost for that $200,000. And so there'll be like an analysis of the overall goals, the purpose, the expected number of people to benefit from it, the staffing required, all that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's the idea, right?
Okay.
And that finishes my report if you have no further questions.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Should I stay here?
Oh, are
Chair
there any
Hashim.
public comments about that? Okay, seeing none. Isabel Gonzalez?
The next item for you for discussion is item 5G. Are you calling me on that item, or I have no further comments for the report until I'm called upon to provide you with the discussion and or possible action information for the committee memo? I believe that's a different item. Yes, okay. I thought you were asking me to stay.
Yeah, for this, you're saying next.
Right. Well, I thought it was part of 5G, but if we're moving on to 5H, then, right. Okay, so we're moving on to 5H. Discussion and possible action regarding approval of request from Mental Health Treatment Act Citizens Advisory Committee for Board of Supervisors to direct County Council to conduct legal evaluation, research analysis, and assessment of Adventist health partnership legality, including restriction, necessary control, implications, and compliance regarding the possible use of public tax dollars to fund operations of a private entity. Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes, so before you is a memorandum from the Measure B Citizens Oversight Committee in relation to the letter that President and CEO of Adventist Health, Jason Wells, submitted to the December 10, 2019 Board of Supervisors meeting. The outcome of that December 10, 2019 Board of Supervisors meeting was a result of direction to the Executive Office to perform an operational feasibility study of Adventist health facilities.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Yes. Isabel Gonzalez, Measure B Project Manager.
Thank you.
On December 18, 2019, the Measure B Mental Health Treatment Act Citizens Oversight Committee expressed concerns to use public tax dollars to fund operations of a private entity. The Measure B Mental Health Treatment Act Citizens Oversight Committee created and directed a subcommittee to draft the following questions presented before you today for the Board of Supervisors to create and direct to create a recommendation for County Council to conduct legal research and analysis of the Adventist Health Partnership legality or any partnership legality. If the Board of Supervisors directs or requests for County Council to do so, the Measure B Committee requests for those consideration of those questions brought before you today to be included, but also not be limited to just those questions.
Okay. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and I have gone over it. Adventist Health, I believe, is a nonprofit. And then MCHC is actually a county district. So I don't know if that makes a difference in the research, but I was also told that the former county council had already done some research that had been presented earlier to the Measure B committee, which is a while back, and this board certainly has not heard it. And I do know that Nevada County, and I believe Supervisor Williams was able to go on that tour, has a CSU, Crisis Stabilization Unit building, and it is on hospital grounds. Can't remember of the name of the hospital, but, and so the county has a facility, and that land is not owned by the county. And then I look also at the questions that are being proposed, and for me, number 6 should be the first one researched instead of the 6th. I don't know, but I feel if that's the order, number 6 should be the first, and then number 1 should be the second question in order to go on further. And I just want to note that Mendocino County has several initiatives going on. We're looking at a CRT, and that would be at Orchard Street. And we're also having a new jail unit built on that also will be providing mental health. So, you know, we have all these initiatives going on. It's here, it's there. And I'm hoping that this study will come back and be a concise plan. The Behavior Health Advisory Board also, when we talk about staffing and what have you, if you build these, has been engaged with Mendocino College about programs like for psychiatric techs and nurses. And I believe that in their annual report that will be coming before us very soon, they will have a letter addressed to the Board of Supervisors as well as Napa College, and Napa College because of having a satellite program. And there's, You know, the college is saying we can't do this without financial help. So there's all these bits and pieces that we have to pull together, and I think the faster we do it, the better off we're going to be.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, clarification from Supervisor Brown. Are you suggesting that we reorder this research item? Is that part of a motion
I
to come?
totally support it.
Yeah.
But if, for instance, is this legally consistent with the Measure B ordinance? If it's not, then we can go no further.
So I support the item, and I support your recommendation to reorder so that we can do research up front that may negate the need to continue.
Thank you. And perhaps County Council, the research that Ms. Elliott did, are you aware of that, and do you have that, and how deep was it?
If I may, through the chair, I am aware of Ms. Elliott's research. Because I was waiting on direction of the board, I haven't really gotten into the weeds on that. I do expect it to cut down research time significantly. However, I don't fully have the answer as to what questions are going to be left unanswered and what rabbit holes I might have to go down in reviewing it. Just in looking at this, the one thing that I would ask is just a little bit of direction as to sort of how much time and energy does the board want dedicated to this. If I understand Supervisor Brown's comment correctly, essentially if I were to find one question that would moot the others, then I should simply stop once I've found an answer that would render the remainder of them moot. Just in the interest of saving some staff time. And if that's the direction, I can certainly go through with that. If the board would like a more thorough analysis that goes through every single question, regardless of whether it's ultimately going to be relevant, I could do that too. Just be aware that that's more time and resources that goes into that.
Right. Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, given the well-documented concerns that we all have about the ability to maintain and operate these services in perpetuity with the 1/8 cent operational sales tax, I think we want to maintain as many options open as possible. And I think all of us, I think, are very optimistic and grateful that Adventist is showing some interest. So I hope that we're going to be looking for how do we expand our options, not how do we close our options. And it's difficult for me to believe that it would not be possible for a public agency to own a building on someone else's property, either through a long-term lease of the land, or even a lot line adjustment, and then there would be a private or public ownership of a small portion of a campus on a hospital ground. So, for example, I don't know the city of Ukiah's zoning districts have memorized, or the city of Willits. But I believe they're very similar to Fort Bragg's, in which you can create a public facility building on a lot that might be as little as 6,000 square feet or 10,000 square feet. In other words, I don't think it's impossible if we worked with the cities to propose a lot line adjustment that would create a standalone parcel that the county of Mendocino would own, if that's really necessary. I don't even know that it's even necessary to do that. It might be simpler just to carve out a lease of a portion of the property, and 99 years, 100 years, whatever, and the county would own that portion of the building if that's the issue. I just think there's a number of options here, and I hope we're looking at how do we maintain as many options as possible and not just closing them down.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think there's not only, and I personally don't have a lot of doubt regarding the ability to partner with a private entity and construct facilities on their property if you can articulate how that serves a public purpose, and if you have appropriate controls in place to guarantee that you'll get the benefit of that investment for at least a minimum period of time, or possibly be repaid if that agreement is terminated for whatever reason. But beyond those questions, there are questions that were raised by the city of Willits in a resolution that they adopted quite a while ago regarding Howard Hospital. County Council was working on responding to that, but then decided it wasn't a priority. The board then directed that county council prepare an opinion on the questions raised in that resolution. And county council came back at the next meeting and said, well, there's really no proposal for Howard right now, so we don't need to do that. So we still don't know the answer to that series of legal questions that were raised by the city of Willits. And a lot of it had to do who has permitting authority, you know, for healthcare facilities, hospitals. There's a different set of laws that come into play. I think if we're going down this road, and I support it, and getting answers to these legal questions, it's probably prudent to ask county council to review all of the questions that were raised in the City of Willits resolution to the extent that they could be thought to be applicable at least to this arrangement, but maybe for Howard as well, if we really want to keep all options available. So I'm just throwing that out there, that in addition to these specific questions, do we want to also direct county council to review any additional questions raised by the City of Willits resolution?
So, are we in agreement that that could be appropriate direction to the county council? Okay. Do
I would just like to make the comment, though, that I think all the cities want to be involved with the county, with Measure B facilities, wherever they may be. And I'm hoping that we will always work with our cities throughout the county. Right now, we're not really looking at Willits. It's a Fort Bragg and Ukiah, 10 beds, 6 beds. And I support this very, very much, because all rural hospitals and clinics have a very hard time making it financially. And being able to keep the dollars that we get for facilities here in the county, it not only keeps our individuals close, rather than miles and miles away or hours away. And also, we could make use of the funding that pays for those in crisis that are being in locked facilities. So I see it as a win-win situation, and I hope we can really speed this up.
Yes.
It sounded like you issued a directive. I'd just like clarification. Was the directive to review the questions raised in the City of Willits' resolution in addition to placing item number 6 at the top of the list of questions?
Yes, if we have agreement on that, Supervisor Williams?
I support it.
Okay.
So both items were a part of the directive?
Right.
Thank you.
And I would just like to add that I think that we still need to keep the old Howard Hospital in the mix as a possibility. And I don't want to exclude that. And I think that, pursuing these questions with county council is appropriate. So we have direction. Yes.
Chair Haschak, in response to that and what Supervisor Brown had talked about, remember the Measure B committee wanted to move forward with the architect contract, which we are doing, and Dr. Barish spoke about that earlier. Part of that architect contract is to look at Orchard Avenue and to look at Howard Hospital. So the old Howard Hospital still is in the mix. At this point, we have multiple options. It's just a matter of what will actually work. So I just wanted to assure you it's still in the mix. Thank you.
Right. Okay, very good. We're good?
Okay.
Okay, we have direction to county council. All right.
Mr. Chair.
Do we need
comment?
public
So,
comments?
I think it's probably
Let's-
more appropriate if we convert this to a motion, which we do have a recommended motion, and the directive to also look at the questions from Willits, I think, could be incorporated into the motion, so it's all very clear what the direction has been. So with that, I would move the recommended.
Well, let's hold off on that. Let's go to public comment, and then we'll come back for the
There's
motion.
no
Okay.
requirement.
Are there any public comments? All right, seeing none, we'll go back to you, Supervisor McCowan.
Maybe we could clarify with county council, is there a requirement to take public comment prior to a motion? Or is it sufficient if you have public comment either prior to or after a motion?
Is
Well,
that question being posed by the chair?
no, it's not, because
Okay.
on my list, I see that we invite public comment and then we invite a motion or action.
We should revise our rules of procedure to clarify
Well, we can do that later.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I will move the recommended action, additionally directing county council to review and respond to the questions posed by the city of Willits in their previously adopted resolution.
Okay, is there a second to that?
I'll second the motion.
All right, it's been,
A question, please. Does that include the reordering of the memo to review item number 6 first? Thank you.
okay, second it. All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. We're going to vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Very
Could
good.
you give me just one moment to finish recording that?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Hashtag, while we're waiting for the clerk on this item,
Yes,
I would just like to make a comment that December was the last meeting where Dr. Barish was chair of the Measure B committee. He's a humble man and hasn't taken credit for a lot of the work that he did over the last 12 months. So I wanted to be sure that this board knew that under Dr. Barish as chair, Measure B committee did move forward on multiple items, and that was evidenced by the Measure B committee bringing those items to this board for direction and for board authority. So I would like to personally thank Dr. Barish for his work, and to be certain that that you all know that he worked long and hard over these last 12 months and did a good job as our chair. So thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing that up. And Dr. Barish, I'd like to thank you from the board that, you know, over this last year, I think we have seen real progress and some real movement and forward progression on this whole Measure B. And I think that this next year will be very fruitful because of the groundwork you've laid this past year. So thank you very much. Okay, so moving on to item 5B, discussion and possible action including adoption of resolution adopting the Board of Supervisors Rules of Procedure. Okay. Sponsor is the Executive Office. So, does the clerk
So,
speak to, or?
yeah, Chair Hashtag, very, very quickly, we do this every year in January. The board members, the individual board members are able to submit changes to the clerk, or potential changes to the clerk regarding the rules of procedure, and then we bring this item forward. So at this point, I will turn it over to the chair and the board to discuss the rules of procedure and any changes that have either been proposed already or changes that will be proposed by the board members at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I had a network error on this, but I did propose a couple changes to the rules of procedure. And so one is on page 13. So,
I have comment to that.
okay. So my proposed was basically, while a member or public is speaking, no member shall engage in or entertain a private discussion or utilize
Well, could you use the pagination online? Because it differs.
Yeah, I'm trying to, and it's. Do you have it up?
County website.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also, this morning, submitted some additional changes, and I added them to the red line, including the changes you presented. It might be more efficient if we just go through one version and discuss all the potential changes at once, since I'm actually considering modifying some of your language. So-
Okay.
And the changes I suggested are online, and I just brought those up without any problem.
Do you have it up, Supervisor Jordy?
Yeah, so I have the agenda packet, but I'm looking at the county website. I'm not going to the group one.
Will a hard copy include Supervisor McCowan's ideas from this morning? Okay.
And my first suggested change is on page 3.
Okay, so we're on page 3, Rule 4, Chair and Vice Chair.
Mm-hmm. And
All right.
I think this is just a statement of what the legalities of it are, that no board member has the ability to set policy other than by the full board. So I don't know if anyone disagrees with that statement, but I think it's just stating what is legally compliant.
Okay, Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't mind discussing it all, but I'm not getting it up on here either, just the ones that Supervisor has checked. So I'm going to ask that we do
Could we have a
not-
5-minute break? We'll go ahead and get the iPads updated,
Well-
and we'll get these printed for the board.
But can we do it, just go past this item, come back to it after lunch? So we do have the information, and whatever's being proposed, we're able to look at it previous to the item being presented.
We'll still be experiencing the issues with the iPads, so if we could take a 5-minute break, we could get everybody's iPads functional to proceed with the meeting, please.
Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute break right now. We'll come back at 10:03.
Thank you.
Right.
5 will get you 10.
Nope.
got 30 seconds.
Okay, call the meeting back to order. Okay, so we're on item 5B, which is discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution adopting the Board of Supervisors Rules of Procedures. We're on page 3, discussing a proposed change from Supervisor McCowan. Okay, so we all have it up. Rule number 4, about the chair and the vice chair. Supervisor McCowan, did you?
Well, I think it's just a statement of reality that, you know, no board member, and that would include the chair, has the ability to set policy or direct staff except as directed by the full board. So it's just a bit of a clarification, maybe.
Okay.
Does anyone, I mean, does anyone disagree with?
Supervisor Williams.
I support it. I support Supervisor McCowan's clarification.
Any other comments? Supervisor Jurdy?
I think it's stating the obvious, and I support it. I would say, though, that it's been my experience when you're chair that regardless of what the organization is, that the staff tends to check in with the chair to see if they agree with their interpretation of what maybe direction was from the board at a previous meeting, or where they think the majority of the board is on something. But that's more of a just sort of an evaluation. It's up to each executive director to decide how to do that.
Yeah, and I don't see any conflict with that.
Right, so we're good with that? Very good, then we'll move on to, I think it's page 6. This is one I added. Okay, so it says, while a member is speaking, no member shall engage in or entertain a private discussion. And the part that I added was, members shall refrain from using cellular phones. And then I think Supervisor McCowan added, or email, while, and then the Board of Supervisors are in open session. Any comments about that? Supervisor McCowan?
Well, I just think it makes sense to clarify we shouldn't be emailing while we're in session.
Okay. Any further comments? Okay, we'll move on then. Okay, and the next one is on page 10 for Rule 31, ad hoc committees.
And if we may, Mr. Chair,
Well,
we might go to page 7, Rule 20, motions, and I have a suggestion that'll resolve.
Okay, so just, we're on number 10. I don't see anything on number 7, but please wait till I call on you.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go to number 10, page 10. Okay, Rule 31, ad hoc committees. Okay, so what it says is ad hoc committees may be formed by chair directive or board action. Supervisor McCowan added, taken in open session. And then it goes on to, and shall include prescribed duties and membership of the committee. Status reports from ad hoc committees shall be made to the board at each regular meeting. I added, and. Supervisor McCowan added, maybe. And I added, submitted to the clerk of the board in writing. And I had, whenever possible. Supervisor McCowan is proposing to delete that. So I just think that ad hoc committees, we need to be accountable and transparent to the public. And so we should be not only giving our written reports, which is part of the ad hoc committees. It says, if we can continue on, it says ad hoc committees are encouraged to conclude their business at the end of each calendar year, but may be extended at the recommendation of the committee and approval of the board. And, okay, so we're supposed to give reports at every meeting, and I just think that if we do it in a written format, it would provide greater transparency and accountability to the ad hocs too. So Supervisor Williams.
I found it difficult to get items on the agenda due to time and space constraints. And so the idea of giving reports that could be in writing and using up time, I think, is a mistake. I would support in writing, but leave it up to the individual supervisors to decide when it's more appropriate to speak during the supervisors' reports on these topics.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, currently, reports can be submitted in writing, and sometimes they are. It's more the exception than the rule, but you can state it as a rule, and yet nothing will compel a supervisor to actually submit the reports in writing. The whenever possible, it's always possible. When would it not be possible to submit that report in writing? Maybe if some activity had occurred after agenda publication on Thursday. Otherwise, it's always possible. So I just think, I think it's fine to put in there, clarify that that is an avenue that's available, but whether you say they shall be submitted or may be, it's not going to change the frequency by which reports are submitted in writing. That would be my prediction. So I think it's something we could certainly encourage, but also why limit it to the ad hoc? It could equally apply to all of the other special assignments that we have. And it is a step towards greater transparency if the reports are written. But then given the number of assignments we have, it can be pretty time consuming if we're making a written report on all of those. So again, I think, stating the option that they can be submitted in writing, that's fine. I don't know how much it'll change actual practice.
Well, from my point of view, I'd certainly like to encourage that as much as possible. And I think that if we do it in writing, people would be able to see when the agenda is published what we've been up to, what the ad hocs are up to. A lot of people, as you can see, aren't in the chamber right now or able to watch it on internet, but could be reading these reports. So that's the idea. Supervisor Brown.
Well, thank you for the further explanation, but you have to realize we have an agenda that needs to be posted, and there are deadlines, and it's 2 weeks before. So how many, special assignment meetings are we going to be missing, or giving a heads up, not only to board members, but also to the public when there's an upcoming meeting? So, it's difficult, I think, for the clerk of the staff to turn those reports around. And maybe we just have a place on the Board of Supervisors, if there is written comment, that it be placed there under Supervisors Reports so people can go back over it. But I think what you're asking, we don't have staff to help us. And I think that's what Supervisor McCowan meant by quite time consuming. I know I always bring all the information I have so I can share it with any of you or the public that would like to see what I had been talking about. But not necessarily do I put that all in a report. Those could be very lengthy. When you think of some of the assignments, for instance, the Groundwater Sustainability Agency, their agenda is 73 pages. It would be easier for someone, the public, to be able to go and just look at the document itself rather than a full written report because there will be a lot of business conducted. So, I don't know if this is going to work for me. And it's not about transparency or keeping the public noticed and your colleagues, but I think that in the timing is just not going to work out.
Supervisor Williams.
I agree with Supervisor Brown, and I support Supervisor McCowan's proposed changes.
All right. So if we can go with these changes as is, do we have an agreement on that? So we're adopting my changes and Supervisor McCowan's changes with the whenever possible stricken. Okay? We're in agreement on that?
I believe so, and so it'd be as written.
Okay. Then we'll go back to page 7. Supervisor McCowan, you had something that isn't written here?
Well, we have a recurring issue regarding timing of motions, and I do believe nothing in the rule prevents a motion being on the floor prior to public comment. It often does occur that way. We have a lot of motions that are basically pro forma. There isn't public comment on them. However, it's also, if we're really open to what the public has to say, it would make sense to hear from the public prior to entertaining a motion. And so to resolve this issue, we have Rule 20, motions general. We could add a new first sentence that says, the chair shall invite public comment for agenda items prior to a motion being offered.
That sounds fine with me.
Second.
Any other comments on that? Yes.
I would just like to clarify that that would not be possible during a public hearing, as once the public hearing is closed, no more public comment is available prior to the board making a motion. So we might want to clarify that that would be exclusive of public hearings.
Well, what we're saying is that no motion would be made until public comment has been made.
Yes,
and
but-
we would have already had the public comment in that public hearing.
Right.
Correct. You understand what I'm saying, right, Gary?
I do.
Okay, that's it.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Supervisor McCowan's ahead of me.
Supervisor McCowan.
I'm not sure there's a conflict here.
No.
Okay.
Okay, we're good then with this? All right. Oh, public comment. Okay.
My name is Randy Dalton. I'm from Willits, and I have a question about this, something that I've held for a long time. What about the children? What about the people that aren't here at the meeting that might have a comment to make at some future time about the issue that's being discussed? If there's new information, I mean, it's like if you close public comment permanently, if you just have the public comment and then you close it off, if there's circumstances that require additional information or another point of view that can, I would like to have an open end for participation by our children, by people that aren't here at the meeting. You know, if you close public comment and then say, well, we aren't going to listen anymore, that's not really fair for democracy. And I think you need to have some open door policy so that additional information, if it's relevant, or people that aren't here can participate. I'm a Democrat, and I believe in participatory democracy. Ends and means are related, and if you are missing a piece of information because people aren't here, that can be problematic.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving to page 11. Let's see. Oh, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. So it's question and a public hearing, and I will check, would like to ask County Council, if I may, has a legal structure that must be strictly followed in each process that you have for our public hearing.
County Council.
Mr. Chair, so there are going to be various types of proceedings that are going to have processes governed by statute. I would suggest if there's any concerns along that line, we just put at the beginning of the proposed sentence, except as otherwise required by law.
Certainly. Okay. All right. Going to page 11, where I had put in about supervisor reports. And reports shall be in writing whenever possible. And again, that's with the ad hoc committee idea about making these reports available to the public. And they can, I've talked to the clerk of the board about doing a template where it would be easy for the supervisors to just fill out what meetings they'd gone to, what were a key issue or two, and to get that information out to the public in a written format. So that's the idea on it. Supervisor McCowan struck it. So, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think the concept is valid. It's in the wrong place. And so back in the actual rules is where we would encourage those reports to be in writing rather than order of agenda. So we dealt with ad hoc's Rule 31 on page 10. If we put that similar thought into Rule 32, which covers the other, well, now I'm looking at AB 34 reporting requirements. That's interesting. Well, I'll ignore that. So Rule 32, where we have the other board assignments, that could be amended to include similar language that may be submitted to the clerk of the board in writing. So at the end of that sentence, where we're reporting activity in connection with the special assignment, which may be submitted to the clerk of the board in writing.
I'm fine with that.
And then I think, given that we're covering it here, we don't need to state it in order of agenda.
Right. Okay, is there agreement on that or further comment?
Agreement.
Okay.
Supervisor
Jurdy.
I would just say I'd welcome the concept of a sort of streamlined memo or document that we could plug in. I think
A little
we're already reporting to the public through social media and other venues. I give a report to the Coast, Joe Rogalski, after each board meeting. So we're already doing this on an individual basis, but this will help to bring it in a more consolidated location, as in our packets.
Okay. Supervisor Brown?
No comment.
Okay. Okay, so I think we have agreement on that. Okay, and I think that was the last of the changes. Supervisor Williams.
I have two questions for the chair that may relate to potential changes in rules. Both of these concerns have to do with public hearings. Last year, I think there was a struggle between keeping us moving because we had a lot on our agendas and not enough time to really get in depth as much as some of us would like. But it really limited questions that I could ask during the public hearing, and I don't think that was to the benefit of applicants in those public hearings, because I don't want to go off and ask these questions in advance and have different knowledge than other supervisors. It needs to happen during the session, but if I'm limited from asking, I may not be able to vote in favor, even though there's information in the room that would motivate me to vote in favor. Do you see any potential rule changes, or how do you plan to conduct public hearings so that we all have a chance to ask the pertinent questions?
Well, I think that there's issues with the Brown Act. If an issue gets brought up and more than two supervisors want to ask questions, then we get into Brown Act issues. And so if there's one person asking a question, then I think that's appropriate. And we'll just have to, at some point keep the meeting moving.
And the second concern regarding the public hearings is the applicants are not under oath. And I think that's something that's missing that would make a difference and potentially benefit the applicant, because at this point, anybody can say anything, and I'm sitting here trying to evaluate what's true. Do you have any thoughts on rule changes that may help clarify that matter?
No, I haven't thought about that. County council might have an opinion about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there are specific types of hearings where oaths might be administered per statute. I'm not, in terms of a general rule, applying it overall. So the only example I'm immediately thinking of is I believe there are certain contexts in which there, for example, a civil service hearing, in which there may be portions of the code that would specifically authorize administering oaths. Frankly, I'd have to do a little bit of research in terms of how that would apply to public hearings generally, and whether the board would have some discretion to set a rule to apply it overall. I don't believe you can apply that to public comment. It would really be specific to whether you're going to be taking testimony of specific witnesses as part of a proceeding. And part of the reason for that is that I don't think we can condition the public's right to speak to the board on their willingness to take an oath or affirmation.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy.
So a couple different issues were raised, and I just wanted to maybe address one of them. So I think part of the challenge that whoever is chair grapples with staff is how much to put on any one agenda, and to make sure that there's going to be enough time to discuss things, whether they're open session or the closed session. I think probably each person that's chair has slightly different expectations of how much time things will take, and so maybe just each of us could just say, good luck in this year, and hope that you help get us enough meetings, which we'll get to later on the calendar. I think part of the issue is we just need to make sure that we have enough meetings in the calendar that we don't have too many items on any one agenda, so that we don't feel rushed. Again, it can sometimes happen in closed session as well, that it can feel that items are rushed, so if we don't have enough meetings scheduled. So I think that's just a thing I wanted to add on this.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The issue of being able to address questions to members of the public for clarification is important, and Supervisor Williams raised that in the context of public hearings. We did have some items on, we often have packed agendas, and so my understanding, Supervisor Williams was not allowed to address questions while the member of the public was at the podium having just delivered their comments, and then was not allowed to raise them later due to time constraints. That's really not appropriate. There should be either while the member of the public's at the podium, which, although yes, it takes time, it's most efficient in a lot of ways, instead of calling someone back up later out of context and posing a question. But one way or another, if a member of the board believes that they can gain a better understanding of what the comment was, or how it applies to the issue at hand, we should have that right to ask questions. And when that question can be asked might be a matter of procedure, but the right to ask it shouldn't be questioned.
Yeah, I agree. So,
well, I've had the same experience.
Okay.
Then we probably need to go to the statute for public hearing, so you're all familiar with what is legally being asked, and maybe county council would like to do a training at our next meeting, so you're all aware of the process.
Obviously.
Let's go. Okay. So anyway, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. Briefly, Mr. Chair, I'll be surprised if statute says that a member of the board may not ask a question of a member of the public during a public hearing.
Okay, so we will get clarification on that with county council, but we would like to, I agree that if there's a question that a supervisor has of someone making a public comment, that there should be, the ability to clarify and to get to the true essence of the question. So, but we'll talk with county council and get an opinion later. Very good. So right now we have the possible action of the adoption. We need a motion for the adoption of the resolution as amended.
I'll move to approve the rules of procedure for 2020 as amended.
Okay, second?
Rule 20 calls for public comment prior to a motion. Well, we had public comment from one individual who came forward on one question. We haven't
Okay.
invited general public comment.
Let's see, is there any public comment on the rules, the adoption of the rules of procedure? Okay, seeing none. Okay, can you? Ca- You know, oh, excuse me. So we did hear what you said, and we're taking that into consideration. Okay? Supervisor Jardy, would you like to restate your motion?
Yeah, I'd like to move to approve the rules of procedure for 2020 as amended.
Does that include adoption of the resolution?
And adoption. of the
Thank you.
resolution.
Second.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan, second.
If I could just add one comment, just on the issue of if new information comes to light, any board member who voted in the majority can, at the next board meeting, bring up a motion to reconsider. So if there were to be new information presented after the vote, a member voting the majority could bring it back at the next meeting for reconsideration. So that I think that addresses the question that was raised.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to vote by the button. All right, so.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, so according to this, it's time for a break. So we will take a break for 10 minutes and we'll come back at 10:40.
10 will get you 15.
All right, we're on to agenda item number 5C, discussion and possible action including adoption of the 2020 Board of Supervisors Master Meeting Calendar. Okay, everyone have it? All right. Any comments on it? Okay, Supervisor Jurdy. Oh, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and going over it and also looking at possible assignments, I'd like to make some suggested changes. In April, I'd like to change the 21st to either the 14th or the 28th. In July, I'd like to add a meeting because there's only one, and it could be the 7th or the 28th, could be the 21st as well, but there's only one meeting scheduled, and I think we need more, and especially after our discussion previously. And then in September, I'd like to change the 15th to the 22nd or 29th.
All right. So let's see, April, changing the 21st to the 14th or 28th?
Correct.
Okay. And one of the things that we might be dealing with the whole calendar overall too, is with this agenda item 6C that has to do with the strategic plan, we might be adding some quarterly workshops to all of this schedule too. So that would be every 3 months, we'd add another day in there. But for April 21st, okay, is there a problem with changing it to the 14th?
The 14th would be fine.
Okay,
14th works for me.
all right. Any problem?
Well, I'm focused more on the implications for staff. So the way the draft is presented currently, with one exception, and that's December, there's always a break of at least a week between meetings. And what the public isn't generally aware of is both before and after a meeting, there's a tremendous amount of work, first focused on preparing all the items to get them ready for the meeting. Once we take action, once we adjourn, the real work begins on staff to properly execute all of the documents. At the same time, they're having to prepare for the next meeting. So to not have that gap of a week in between, and given the short staffing we have, when I first started as a supervisor, we had 5 full-time people in the clerk of the board's office. We now have maybe 2.5 full-time equivalents doing the work. So I think we should be mindful of the implications to staff when we have meetings back to back. And then the reason why the 21st doesn't work?
Yes, I can state that. The Rural Counties Association, as soon as I finish with the board meeting at 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 9 o'clock, I've got a 7-hour drive to make a 9 a.m. meeting on Wednesday.
So that would be every third Tuesday, then you would be wanting to make that change?
No.
Oh, quarterly meeting.
It's the 21st. That the other RCRC meetings, it's only a 2.5, 3-hour drive after a board meeting.
Okay, so we have the request for, we're talking about April, we're looking at the 14th. We understand that there's an impact when you have back-to-back meetings weekly, but there's been this request. So, Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, I do have something else I want to bring up after we discuss the dates here, but I'll just address the dates. So I'm perfectly happy with all the dates, but I want us to respect Supervisor Brown's request. And maybe one way to address that is, I know that although our regular meetings are normally scheduled on a Tuesday, this board has historically, predating all of us, had some board meetings on Mondays prior to a Tuesday board meeting. And perhaps one way to address Supervisor Brown's need to drive a very long distance after the 21st would be to have, because my bigger concern is I think we're going to need additional meetings. I think it's helpful to have at least a third meeting a month every other month. The year I was chair, we had 3 meetings each month. But I think, a compromise that we've had in many years now has been have 3 every 2 months. Because if we don't do that at the beginning of the year, we will always add them throughout the course of the year. So we might as well put them in the calendar now and make it easier for everybody. So that would be an example. In April, we could have a special meeting scheduled for April 20th. And one option would be to keep the 21st, but intend to end that meeting by, let's say, 3 o'clock or something, because we would have the day before to catch items. So that's one option. Or we have the meeting, or we have a Monday, Tuesday on the 13th, 14th, or a Monday, Tuesday on the 27th, 28th. But anyway, I think we should at least have 3 meetings in the calendar every other month.
Any other problems? Well, when we look at this and we're going to possibly add these workshop dates into the calendar, so every 3 months we'd have a workshop date. So is there any other problem with moving the April 21st to the 14th? Seeing none? Supervisor McCowan.
Well, a modification of Supervisor Judy's option, instead of having a regularly scheduled meeting on the 21st, perhaps it could be on the 20th.
Mm-hmm.
And then that gives staff the break in between to both prepare and to execute.
Okay, any problem with that from the CEO's point? Okay, so we can move that to the 20th? Okay, so April 20th. Okay, July 7th. So adding a meeting on July 7th.
It's just a suggestion, because there's only one meeting for that entire month, and I don't think it worked very well this last year. And we heard from Supervisor Williams, who stated, he didn't get the opportunity to ask all the questions, the speakers he wanted. And that adds to the jam-packed agendas. So I think it's important that we have another meeting date in July.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Which, if any, of these meetings do we expect to be taking place somewhere other than the board chambers? Last year we had 1 meeting on the coast. Do we?
Yeah, we're talking about 2 meetings during the year, 1 on the coast and 1 up in the 3rd district.
So more than 90% of the meetings will take place here. Is that a good rotation? The reason I bring it up is when we're looking at particular days, there may be an impact. Are we set on a 90% here?
It's whatever the board wants, but we have to take into consideration the logistics of moving the board meetings around. And that's certainly...
Do we have an estimate on the cost of holding meetings elsewhere? Is there a differential?
Let's see, I'm going to go to the CEO on this.
Okay, Chair Haschak, if we have a meeting on the coast or we have a meeting in the 3rd district, the meeting starts at 9. As this board knows, the clerk staff come in the morning just when we're here around 7 o'clock or so to get ready for a 9 o'clock meeting. So when we have a meeting off-site, let's just say Fort Bragg, for instance, at least one clerk will go over the night before. So there is an additional cost, but that, has never been a problem because the board has wanted to have meetings off-site. So I would say, we have not only the clerk staff, but then if we have to have any staff come along additionally to either record the meeting or videotape the meeting. So there is an additional cost. What's more, I think, is that wherever we go, that we go to a space that is fairly well set up, because there's, as you know, there's the setting up and then the taking down, so there's a lot of work for the clerks, but, you know,
Okay.
so we just need to be careful, and it is an additional cost. And my only other comment is that for July, given that the 7th is right after the 4th of July holiday, if you want a second meeting in July, it would be better to either do the 21st or the 28th rather than the 7th. Thank you.
Right. Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or excuse me, Mr. Chair. One issue too, so we're building in 2 off-site meetings, and the board had observed a practice of 2 off-site meetings annually. That practice went in abeyance for 2, 3, 4 years. We did reinstitute off-site meetings this last year with one on the coast. It is, I think, a burden to staff to have to pack up the whole show and take it on the road and set up in another location. And it also results in quite a few county employees, various department heads, anyone connected with the agenda items is also going on the road, which is probably not the most productive use of their time. I do think it's appropriate to have off-site meetings, but maybe we could limit it to 1 a year and alternate between the coast and an inland location other than our chambers here. So that's a suggestion. It kind of balances the value of having the off-site meetings, but limiting the impact to staff and other county officials.
Okay.
This year it would be held, by my example, this year it'd be held somewhere inland, presumably the North County.
Okay, we are trying to get through this calendar, and we do have 2 proposed off-site meetings within the draft calendar. So we've got a proposal for more off-site meetings. We've got a proposal for less.
So I'll just add, I think it's important that when we schedule the offsite meeting that we have items that are relevant to that community on the agenda. And that's been the advantage of having 1 or 2, because we can cluster, when they've always been on the coast, we've been able to cluster coastal plan amendments, issues, land use issues are related to the coast on the agenda. So that it made perfect sense to have the meeting there. But if it's just a generic meeting where county department heads are coming in to answer questions about their item, I'm not sure that that's adding a lot of value.
Okay. Well, let's keep making our way through the dates, right? So we have July 7th proposal, but I think that the CEO's recommendation was, because the 7th comes right after that weekend of the 4th, maybe moving that to the 28th. Any
You're
problem?
on July?
Right.
Yeah, and then I think someone said we could just add a second meeting on July 21st. I don't know if someone.
Well, the idea was to add that second meeting on the 28th.
Chair Haschak,
For some reason.
it could be either,
It could be-
because if it's a 21st, it's back-to-back with the 14th.
Right.
If it's a 28th, it's back-to-back with the 4th. So if the 21st works better for this board, the 21st is
Okay.
fine.
So what's it to be?
I would say 21st would make the most sense.
21st, any problem with that? Okay, we're gonna add the 21st to the July schedule. And then September, the proposal was to move the 15th to either the 22nd or the 29th.
22nd.
Any problem with that? Moving it to the 22nd? Okay, so we'll move the September to the 22nd. All right. Any further discussion about the dates? Okay, seeing none, should we go back to location? So the proposal is to have 2 off-site, one on the coast and one inland.
I think that's appropriate. I think there's bound to be some items that are related to the North County that we could schedule. And, the Mendocino Council of Governments, the Transportation Board, historically has at least one off-site meeting a year, and we do schedule items that are related to those communities when we have those off-site meetings. And we meet at least twice as often as the Mendocino Council of Governments. I think we could easily come up with items that are relevant to those communities, to have two a year, one North County, one coastal.
Well, or it could be inland, but because I'm the chair, I wanted it in the 3rd district, so. Yeah. All right.
Well, again, given
Supervisor
that
McCowan.
we have not held off-site meetings for several years, and we did reinstitute that in this last year, I think having one annually alternating between the coast and inland makes sense, because it lessens the burden on staff, particularly having off-site December 8th when we don't know what the weather will be. That just further complicates the logistics for staff, I believe. So I would propose that we have only one off-site meeting, June 23rd, and that be inland in the North County. And that henceforth, we alternate one off-site meeting between the coast and inland.
Any comments about that? Yes, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I think there's a sense on the coast that a lot of dollars to this county come from the coast, and saying that we're going to alternate and every other year there's not a single meeting on the coast, I don't think will set well. So I understand the burden, but I think it's also appropriate that we try to bring the meeting to the people. And I would actually rather not time or schedule where these meetings happen now, so that staff is able to decide based on agenda items and try to pull together, say, items that affect the coast or items that affect North County. What we don't want is to have a meeting on the coast without any coast issues, or a meeting on the North Coast where we're talking about coast issues.
Supervisor McCowan.
I'll just note that during I think it was probably 4 years that we held no off-site meetings. I'm not aware of a single complaint about that. So,
Well,
there. Okay.
May I?
Yeah, last.
Therein lies the reason we need a meeting on the coast. You're not hearing it because the people who are complaining don't want to drive 3-hour round trip to make the complaint. They call me and ask, why don't we have meetings on the coast? We pay a lot of tax dollars. Maybe a compromise is one off-site meeting and it's somewhere in the 4th or the 5th. Maybe we alternate 4th and 5th district.
Okay, so we've got several proposals out there. Some people want more meetings out there, out of this chamber. Some people want, Supervisor McCowan wanted just one. And so, Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, I support having, as presented, 2, and I think for the time being, because we need to adopt a calendar ideally today, we identified these 2 meetings. I'm assuming staff had input on these 2 meetings being the best. But that we be open, because we can amend our calendar throughout the course of the year, and in fact we do multiple times, that if throughout the course of the year, if staff identifies a different month where it is the preferred month to have the North County meeting, or the preferred month to have the coastal meeting is not one of these 2 dates, then we would amend our calendar at that time. But I think for the sake of argument, we need to adopt a calendar, and these could be as good as dates as any.
Okay. And I agree, and when I worked on this calendar with staff, we did look at the months and the weather, and we took those considerations when we developed the calendar. So I support this calendar with the proposed changes that we have. Is there a motion or public comment? Yeah.
Good morning, Board. James Green, candidate for 1st District Supervisor. First of all, I love the discussion. This is great. Having off-site meetings is important. The value in it is showing your constituents that you care. Democracy And public involvement is coming to a theater near you, so get dressed. That's what you're saying when you have off-site meetings, and I support it 100%. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, back to the board.
Chair, could I clarify the changes before we have the motion? I show change April 21st to Monday, April 20th, add a meeting on July 21st, and change September 15th to September 22nd. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Move adoption with the changes as noted.
Second.
Okay. Any further comment? Okay, vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Very good. Moving on to 5D. Agenda item 5D, discussion and possible adoption of resolution regarding board standing committees for 2020. Okay. See, everyone have those?
Sir?
Okay. Yes, Supervisor Brown.
Mr. Chair, I do not see that anyone has been assigned yet, or the discussion as to whether we're having standing committees or not. So who's doing the presentation on this?
Okay, so they were submitted to the clerk of the board.
That's actually a different item. That is item 5E, where we make the appointments. 5D is the item in which the board opts to whether enact standing committees, et cetera.
Well, that was my question.
Okay, so it's the...
Chair Hashak?
Yes.
If I could add to this, please. In the past, just the history here, in the past we had 4 standing committees. They didn't always meet. Particularly as individual items came up that could be better served to do an ad hoc with the public rather than a standing committee. We have 2 standing committees. Historically, what's happened is that the chair will go ahead and appoint board members to sit on those standing committees, and then those committees meet if there are agenda items to meet. So basically, you have the committee all queued up to meet, but the standing committee may not meet for a few months if there are no items. So just to reiterate that, and you can see the different committees, what departments and what county services are under there. And you can see general government usually will convene because of the legislative platform and developing the legislative platform. Public health, safety, and resources is more of our services that you see there. So just as a background on what these committees are and what the past practice of the board has been. Thank you.
So we wanted to determine whether we want to continue with this 2 standing committees format, and if there's any changes to that, and adopt the resolution. Okay, let's see. We're at board comment right now, so we will have public comment. Okay. Are there any comments? Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I would support number 3 in the recommended action.
Okay, which is to waive the board rules of procedure and do not make standing committee appointments. Okay. Well, you got to wait until there's public comment. Okay, do you want to speak to that, Supervisor Williams?
No.
Okay, just, there is a feeling that the standing committees do provide an opportunity to, that they're Brown Act, they're transparent, they're out there, and the public knows when they're coming, and that's when all these issues can be dealt with in a public format, instead of ad hoc.
I understand, and I don't see that it's been particularly effective in the prior year, and so I support number 3.
Okay. Any further comment?
Just for comment, because I know we're going to take public comment, but I think consolidating the 4 committees down to 2 is wise, and that they do serve a role. Some items are improved upon. Some ideas are developed by sending them to the standing committee and then brought back to the full board in a more refined manner than if they just came from an individual supervisor.
Seeing no further comment, I'm going to open this up to public comment. Randy?
Point of information to begin with. What are the 4 standing committees?
Well,
you
we have-
mentioned general government, public health, safety, and resources. Is that the committees?
We have the 2. We have the public health, safety, and resources, which is one committee,
Okay.
and general government, which is the other committee.
Okay. Where does mental health fit?
Public health.
Public health.
Okay. During the break, I asked legal counsel. I have requested to sit on some of these committees for 20 years. I submitted applications and have never been called and never been notified. And I've noticed during these last 20, 30, I've lived in Laytonville for 35 years. Very often the committees were to have 12 representatives, 8 representatives, public citizens. They were not the full committees to represent the public. There were empty seats. People were not appointed. I feel as a member of the public that very often our points of view are omitted or invisibilized, and I'm submitting an application today to request to be on, I thought it was the mental health. If it's the public health, safety, and resources, I would like to be able to sit on that as a member of the public, not as well, I would put it as public health, safety, and resources then.
Okay.
You know, if that's, I didn't know what the committees are represented. But I would like to submit my application today to be able to continue, to be able to participate in the future in committees that are discussing areas of interest for Mendocino County.
Okay, thank you, Randy.
But there have been empty seats and people have not been represented.
And we're going to clarify that with Chair Brown, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. With all due respect, Randy, these are standing committees. What you're talking about are advisory boards and commissions. So
Can the public?
only
can the public sit on-
supervisors sit on a standing committee, and it can only be 2.
Okay.
So this is a different topic, but
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other public comment? All right, back to the board. Is there a motion to do anything with this?
You go ahead.
I would move to approve the resolution adopting the 2 standing committees as presented.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further comment? Okay, vote by the button.
It is.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, now we're on to
It wasn't lighting up.
We're on to agenda item 5E. Discussion and possible approval of board special assignments, appointments as recommended by the chair of the board. So, 5E. And I'm sorry that this didn't come out to people earlier, but it never does.
It did last year.
Okay.
Yes, it did. It wasn't handed out at the meeting I had at
But
the
anyway, I think
agenda
that
packet.
we can get that out earlier next time. And so, these are the chair's recommendations for
Do we have
board
them?
appointments and special assignments.
I didn't
It's,
see it.
it's on there in the attachment, the 2020 board special assignment roster draft.
Oh, that's because it wasn't refreshing. Okay. Till you fixed it.
Okay, any comments? Okay, any public comment? Okay, Heather Gurwitz.
For the record, my name is Heather Gurwitz, Executive Director of Economic Development and Financing Corporation. And I'd like to request that the board does not reappoint Supervisor Williams to the EDFC board. In the last year that Supervisor Williams has been on our board, he has made absolutely no effort to contact other board members or the executive director or other staff regarding what we do, what our operations are, how we operate, or to understand what the organization is about. The lending program is particularly complicated, and it seems that his interest is not in actually working with us. If he wants to be removed and just direct staff to investigate us, that's perfectly fine by me, but he doesn't need to be on our board to do that. Mendocino County is one of 5 local jurisdictions that have a collaborative commitment to economic development. The organization was founded because none of these organizations or public entities have enough funding to actually implement economic development in a meaningful way on their own. And it's not fair to the other 4 jurisdictions to have the 5th jurisdiction not participating in a meaningful manner and instead just attacking that organization. So I'd like to request that you assign someone who has an intention of actually participating in the collaborative, which is what EDFC is.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comment? Okay, back to the board.
Perhaps the chair
Supervisor Williams.
perhaps the chair could respond to the public comment. And would you like to consider appointing another supervisor? I think Supervisor McCowan would be an excellent choice. Or you can leave it as is.
You know, these are my recommendations, and I could certainly see if you or Supervisor McCowan or anyone else wanted to change them, that's your option. You know, you have that right.
I don't have a preference.
I put you on that committee because you had requested to be back on EDFC, so that's why you're my recommendation.
Do we have another
choice.
supervisor who would prefer to take that position?
I think Supervisor McCowan wants to speak.
Supervisor McCowan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I note that in the last year, you were also a primary appointment to that committee, and you've chosen not to recommend yourself. I'm wondering what your thoughts were on that, or maybe you had a request from another supervisor you sought to honor.
Right. I had a request from Supervisor Jurdy to be on that committee, and as the chair, I have other duties, so I needed to take myself off of something. So that's why we left it with Supervisor Williams, who had requested to be on it, and Supervisor Jurdy.
So I had been either an appointee or an alternate to EDFC probably the first 10 years that I've been on the board, and then last year was not appointed to it. My concern here, these are chair assignments subject to approval by the board. I really don't think it's appropriate to have an executive director of any of these other boards advising the board on who should sit on their board or as a representative to it. Supervisor Williams is willing to continue, and I think any group should be certainly open to to responding to questions that are raised. I guess I might ask, have you been attending the meetings?
The majority of them, yes.
So I would, I'm comfortable moving the recommended action.
Okay. Is there a second? All right, not seeing a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a second. All right. Very good. Any further comment? Okay, we're going to vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Chair Hashtag,
Good.
I
Yes.
would like to just make one comment. This appointment is EDFC, but it is also EDFC and West Company, just to remind the board and the public that last year we changed it where we now have 2 supervisors who sit on the West Company board as well. So this appointment, if you look at it, is EDFC and West Company, unless I'm reading this wrong. So, okay, all right, thank you, that's all.
May I add clarification, Chair?
Yes.
I think West Company is not Brown Act compliant, and our appointees are not voting members.
Okay, we Chair Hashtag, I apologize for the additional dialogue here, but we will go ahead, the clerk office, we will go ahead and look into that because it might be new information for me, if not for anybody else. So we'll look into that. So then we know this is the EDFC appointment. This does say EDFC and West Company. My office will come back and clarify to the board the West Company item. So thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, so moving on, Supervisor McCowan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's just whether a board member is actually a voting member of those boards or not, these are the board assignments. So, most of these, or many of them, were not voting members. But, so I don't think, as long as you know if you're voting members or not, I don't know that there's further work for staff to do here.
Chair Hashtag,
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan is probably right. I'm curious. I will follow up, so thank you.
Okay, thank you, and we're going to move on to item 5F. Discussion and possible action regarding Mendocino County appointments to the Public Policy Facilitating Committee, PPFC, pursuant to the Memorandum of Understanding among the United States Army Corps of Engineers, USACE, National Marine Fisheries Service, NMFS, and the Sonoma County Water Agency, SCWA. So the sponsor is the Executive Office. Okay. So, any further clarification on that? All right, I'm gonna open it up, board comments. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you can see, this would be an appointment for myself. I'm the longest serving member since 2001, can't remember which year I went on. And it is an important committee. And we always looked at having a representative with a background in science degree, and Janet Polly has her doctorate. And then also, because Russian River Flood Control paid into the cost of the biological opinion that came out from the National Marine Fisheries Service, they have always had whomever their president is be appointed. So
Okay.
I'm asking for approval of these appointments.
All right, very good. Is there further board comment? Okay, public comment? Okay, I invite a motion.
I move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Supervisor McCowan.
I would just note, and it's an oddity, that all of the other appointing bodies, it's by and from Mendocino County, the appointments are by. So they could be from the board, given board preference, you could have 1, 2, 3, or no supervisors. I think the current arrangement works well, however, but I just wanted to make the point, it's a board preference, and whether board members would be interested in serving or not.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. We're going to vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, very good. Since we're running ahead of schedule, as a good meeting should, we are going to move on to supervisor reports. Okay. And that's item 6A. So, would anyone like to start this off? Okay, I will then, since I see no yellow markers up. Okay, on December 18th, ad hoc meeting of emergency access routes met. That's Supervisor Jurdy and myself to discuss the CSA 3 potential for maintenance of these emergency access routes. So that's a County Service Area 3. On December 18th, I met with the North Bay Workforce Alliance with Executive Director Bruce Wilson, and also Supervisor Jurdy was there. And then we had another meeting on the 20th of the Workforce Alliance. We talked about creating a reserve fund for the organization and possible oversight of the alliance, since Napa County wants to remove themselves from their oversight responsibilities at this point. I also met with the Farm Bureau, Employers Council, and Realtors Association before Christmas, and that was about it. Okay. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask, since we're going to include reports from ad hocs, ask the question, when are we going to get a new updated listing? Because we took action at our very last meeting. Is there a new update?
Yeah.
I updated the ad hoc index after the last meeting and distributed it. I'm happy to distribute it again.
Okay, all right, great. Thank you, Carla. I didn't see that. Then I would like to ask, because this was brought to me by the Redwood Valley MAC, and actually their meeting is going to be tomorrow night, 5 o'clock at the Redwood Valley Grange. But they're asking for a follow-up. They wrote a letter to the North Coast Railroad Authority, and it has to do with the easement and the tracks off School Way, but right on School Way. And there is a lot of equipment piled up in the easement, and they have had no response back from the North Coast Railroad Authority and would like one. So I'd like to pass that on to the chair.
Okay.
I also would like to note that assignment to the Russian River Watershed Association. Ms. Duquette serves to the TAC, and recently for the January 2020 educational article that was written, she authored it, and it was refuse, reduce, reuse, repair, recycle, and rot. And I don't know if anybody caught it, but I do have it here, and I thought it was great that we had county staff write it this time. As chair, I received a letter from the Human Health and Human Services Agency Advisory Board, and they raised a number of issues that were a result of the PSPS. And so I did meet with our CEO, and we're going to be drafting back a letter to them thanking them for taking it up, and each one of you are going to be CC'd on it. But I felt important to finish one of my last duties as chair in 2019. So I will also pass that to Chair Haschak. For RCRC, that meeting occurred after we didn't get to give reports, actually, for the 16th or 17th Board of Supervisors reports. But I have requested that we meet with Economic Development Officer for RCRC and Golden State Finance Authority. And we will be going to an RCRC meeting next week. And so we do have a time set up to meet with her. It would be on economic development, biomass, broadband, and infill development with housing that she spoke about at the last RCRC meeting. And I believe Supervisor Williams and myself will be in attendance at that meeting. Also, there was a behavior health advisory board meeting that took place after our last board meeting, and was mostly general business, but Chair Jan McGordy reported out about attending the Nevada County, what was it, the CRT, and Supervisor Williams went along. She did a full report on that. She also did a full report on another assignment that she went to. It was a conference. And she also reported about going over to Sacramento to meet with, and I can't think of what the name is, but it has to do with the funding of a treatment unit, residential treatment unit on Orchard. Chaffa? Okay, thank you. So everyone heard that, and the meeting was cut short because Measure B was going to be meeting. I spoke earlier about receiving the letter back from the college regarding a psychiatric tech program. With information presented to us, it did say that Marvin Trotter 2 years ago had approached the college as well. So they sent us the research information that they had, and the BHAB is going to follow up with a letter to Napa College and also to the Board of Supervisors, and that letter will be included in our annual report. The site visit committee did a summary of all the clinic interviews that they did throughout the county, and also stated that they had not yet visited the South Coast or Adventist clinics. And then the flow chart committee, their responsibility is done now, unless they'll have more additions, but I passed out at our last, I guess it was several meetings ago, I think it was in November, what the final document is and what services in different parts of the county. So they do now have these handouts that I think are really important to have at clinics, hospitals, and any place else that individuals, clinics receive medical services. Also, the Appreciation Committee presented Jan McGordy, who has chaired the BHAB for a number of years now. She will be retiring. They honored her with a plaque. And then there was a discussion about the membership, and Dr. Miller reviewed with the advisory board the information she gained from meeting with our county clerk of the board staff about reappointments and length of appointments, et cetera, and have a plan worked out. Then the BHAB also reminded everyone that they do interview individuals prior to accepting them on the advisory board. And if it's a committee member that's changing positions or being reappointed, they usually don't do that. But they also discussed about surfacing some qualified candidates of individuals that are not seeking reappointment, and I encouraged them to call the supervisor within the district if they did have candidates. Dr. Miller did a written report. We didn't go over it to give time to RQMC to do their full presentation on their written report for the month, and also to present their data dashboard. So that was BHAB, and they will have a meeting coming up next Monday, or actually next Wednesday. Other upcoming meetings will be Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency, and we'll have our consultant, Larry Walker and Associates. We've got a number of issues to discuss, so it'll be a very lengthy meeting. We do have a technical advisory committee that I believe met over 3 hours on these same items, so we'll be hearing their recommendations as well. But this is for the development of Ukiah Valley Basin Integrated Hydrological Conception Model. We'll be talking about Chapter 2 of Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Plan. And we'll also be discussing there's a requirement within the Act that you have to hold public hearings and taking in public comment besides just at the meeting, and also send any documents out to be commented on for the plan or the model. So that'll be on the agenda. And then we'll also be talking about development components of the sustainable management criteria. Key items for the RCRC board meeting next Wednesday include going over the code of conduct for all board members, board member travel policy. We'll be reviewing the 2020 policy principles that the organization will go by in the coming year. There will be consideration on bills now in the legislature and presentations on those. We'll also be looking at the RCRC 2020 investment policy, California Public Utilities Commission, forest management, wildfires updates, and then also we'll receive information on the proposed 2020-2021 state budget. SHAFA, we just talked about, and I couldn't find the name of it, but they'll be meeting on January 30th, 1:30 in Sacramento. And as chair of the board last year, I couldn't make it because I had a previous meeting, was in San Francisco. But they're asking that the chair or a board member be in attendance at that particular meeting. And the ones asking is the BHAB.
So I did put it in my calendar. I was aware of that, and so I can go if no one else can go.
Okay, that would be great. This is a written document. Please hand it in to the chair. And the Redwood Valley MAC will be meeting tomorrow night, and there's a number of questions that they have of the county and what's been going on. I did present the other question for the North Coast Railroad Authority. And I would like to talk about, I did meet with RQMC and asked them, what are the county requirements, compliance requirements for contractors? So this is also written, and this just shows what they need to go, what is required with all our contractors with mental health, behavior health. So I wanted to pass that in as well. I have asked staff to do for an agenda item so we can talk about CalAIM, which is changing how case management for behavior health will be possibly in the future. All those discussions are going on now. It'll be beyond my time on this board, but I do think that this board needs to be fully informed about all of that, the possible changes to Medi-Cal, Medicare, and it's very complex, and I have significant concerns as how this goes forward. So the CEO has agreed with me that this board needs to be engaged, so we'll have an upcoming presentation. And then I have more on the CSAC, Health and Safety Policy Committee. It met also on these same issues, but lots of information on it. I won't turn that into you because it is online at CSAC's website. So that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. And this written report I will turn in to the clerk of the board to get it entered into the minutes. Okay, Supervisor Jordy.
Supervisor Brown, I'm amazed. If you had all those meetings during the holiday season, that's just amazing.
Well, I didn't get a Christmas tree up. Does that tell you something?
Well, I mean, most of our standing, or our committee assignments, most of those boards did not meet in the last week of December or in the first week of January, and so there are not. So I took advantage of that time to meet with staff and sort of small level meetings, small group meetings. And as supervisor, I wanted to add one item to Supervisor Hashak's report on the Workforce Alliance. Just as a refresher, we have administered federal funds for job training in Mendocino County, and that had the administrative burden had grown to about $170,000 a year for the county in general fund subsidy. And that's why we chose to join with Lake and Marin County to hire Napa County to administer those funds. For the last 2 years, it's cost us nothing in the general fund. There will be a request coming in, and we'll go into the details why, but there will be a request for perhaps just a one-time payment of $12,500, so there'd be a total of $50,000 that they would have as non-federal funds, as local funds, to help them as an organization, and I think that's a wise use of funds, but you'll be seeing that coming from us. I just wanted to add that to Supervisor Hashak's report. And then also Supervisor McCowan and I, yesterday as the ad hoc committee of the Homeless Action Committee, we met with county staff with an extensive conversation, and we'll be meeting again later this week on some items, and he may want to go into details on that now or at our next meeting after we've had our second meeting with staff and others. And then on this Thursday morning, I'll be in Santa Rosa at the Sonoma Clean Power monthly meeting, and I'll be taking advantage of that because after the meeting, I'll be meeting with staff to learn a little more about their plans for hiring an advisor that would be available to the County of Mendocino, the cities, on how to set up a microgrid. So that person will be on board, as I understand it, around July 1 of this year, but perhaps sooner. And I just wanted to understand a little more about how that will work and how that service would be available. So that's on Thursday morning, and I guess that's just what I wanted to add to the other reports.
Thank you. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just add to Supervisor Jordy's report on our meeting with Director Tammy Moss-Chandler regarding homelessness issues that a committee of the Continuum of Care has been meeting the last couple of months, I think, to develop Mendocino County's strategic plan to address homelessness. And so we were meeting in conjunction with that, and as stated by Supervisor Jordy, there will be another meeting later this week with that committee, ad hoc committee of the Continuum of Care, to review the outline of the strategic plan and the goals that have been identified, and to prioritize steps related to those goals. And the main point that I want to make is that the plan is built, well, I wouldn't say it's built entirely on the Marbut report recommendations. I would say it incorporates almost fully the Marbut report recommendations. And there's certain of those recommendations that are unique to law enforcement, basically. So regarding, zero tolerance for encampments, that's really a law enforcement issue. What the law enforcement in each public jurisdiction chooses to do, how they choose to address that, is really within their purview. So There's some of the recommendations that aren't directly incorporated into the plan, but those are the exceptions. So again, for all those that are saying the Marbut report has been shelved, it's a dead letter, that's not true. Implementation is probably taking longer than I would have liked, but implementation is taking place. And when this committee has completed their development of this, it'll be presented to the continuum of care, and I believe it'll be presented to the cities and the county. And hopefully, everybody will be on the same page in supporting it. So that's the goal. The continuum of care is doing a lot of work internally on their processes. They're very aware of the degree to which there's a disconnect between their committee and perhaps the county and perhaps some of the cities. And the goal, again, is to have a more collaborative process where there's broad agreement on how do we move forward to address homelessness.
Okay, very good. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I have a question about that, if I may. Is this the same Marbut who was appointed by President Trump to lead the federal policy
It
on?
is indeed.
Do you happen to know whether the policy recommendations he made for our county are consistent with the recommendations he's making at a federal level?
Well, it may be early to know what recommendations he's making at a federal level, and I'll just say briefly, I think Marbut's approach has been mischaracterized. There are a lot of the advocates who seem more focused on addressing issues related to, gee, if you're homeless, wouldn't it be nice to have a hot meal, instead of, gee, wouldn't it be nice for you to not to be homeless? And I think Marbut is very focused on, let's take steps to try and get people to not be homeless instead of making it enabling being homeless. So that's the disconnect. I think he's absolutely committed to trying to get people housed and address the issues that are causing them to be homeless. So
I appreciate your report. I only want to touch on a few items. One is Fire Supervisor McCowan and I are meeting with the Mendocino County Association of Fire Districts on Friday. But I know one of the topics that will come up is one I've discussed in small meetings over the break. Changes in state law are putting additional burdens on fire districts to perform inspections. They likely don't have the capabilities. They may be asking the county to contribute some staff time, and it's a new burden for either the fire districts or the county, and it's not one to be overlooked. I think it has a significant cost. It's another unfunded mandate by the state that probably looks good in Sacramento, but bottom line here, where fire depends on volunteers, I don't see how it can work out without substantial funding. There's other items I'm sure we'll report back from that meeting on Friday. I've been tracking the ambulance situation, and I think it's deteriorated. And it's not a matter of coming up with creative solutions at this point. You can't blame any of the parties. Coastal Valleys, they don't have the job of providing ambulance service or coming up with the funding. I think the city of Ukiah moved the EOA towards completion, meaning to be discarded. And I guess I thank them for that, because we could have been putting more effort into a direction that wasn't taking us anywhere. But it's left us in a position where private ambulance companies don't want to do business in this county. There isn't money on the table. They've told us that maybe as many as 2 out of 3 of the calls are not profitable. And so it's no wonder that they didn't participate in the EOA, or that they're downstaffing ambulances. What's missing here is a funding source. Either the county needs to commit funds, which the county has done in past decades, or we need to tell the public that we're not taking on this task, and you choose to live in a rural area, you may not get an ambulance. But I think we're in a precarious situation now where we're not taking a stance, and we're not formulating a plan. And I know we have an ad hoc that's looking at this. We're continuing to look at it, but without funding, there's nothing that can be done. and this may be national policy, state policy trickling down, that the reimbursement rates are simply too low for 911 transport. I've heard ideas about transporting 5150s and other mental health patients not using an ambulance. That's great. It would cut down on the use of the ambulance, but it also cuts down on revenue for the ambulance companies. So I don't know if that in and of itself is a solution. It doesn't address the bottom line that when somebody calls 911 and they get moved to the hospital, that provider may lose money on the transport. Moving on, the labor and delivery, the OB unit at Mendocino Coast District Hospital will likely close. I think about a year ago, they were talking about only 100 births. It takes about one a day, in my understanding, to be viable, financially viable. And then in the last 12 months, they've been down to 50. It's about a $2 million loss, I'm told. And of course, I'm looking at the 5th District and the county, the coast, as a place we want to be have a viable story for new families. We have a problem with the demographic. We have an aging population, not a lot of people to serve that aging population. Certainly taking away labor and delivery is not an incentive to families to either move to our area or stay. So I'm closely tracking it. I don't have a solution. It's another example of where money is the sole problem. Adventist will likely be assuming operations of that hospital. It's going to the ballot in March. I say likely because it's not a sure thing. It's not dependent on the voters passing it. It's dependent on Adventist looking at the financials and deciding whether or not they can dig that hospital out of the current financial hole. And it's deteriorated since they first expressed interest to the tune of millions. I think the last month of financials that I've seen, there was a $700,000 to $800,000 loss. If you annualize that, that's not sustainable. But also talking about the hospital district, the winter shelter was hard to pull off this year. We had a community partner that came through in the end. Then I appreciate we had unanimous board support to fund the winter shelter, and staff was able to pay much of the $66,000 up front, which made a difference to the community partner that didn't have liquid assets. But I think they were willing to do it. They didn't seem particularly eager. The hospital district, assuming they won't be running a hospital come March, may be willing to take on that effort for the following year. I think we should try to have the county work with the hospital district, maybe a new approach, additional help, an additional partner in the mix. And mind you, I want to make sure Supervisor Jurdy has a chance to respond to this. The shelter and the hospital are in his district. Some of the homeless who are served are in my district, and I think homeless due to being homeless, it's a countywide issue. But I want to make sure that we put weight on his preference, because the facilities are located in his district. On broadband, we've had a number of meetings. I've seen staff, both the executive office and planning and building, be heavily involved in broadband, formulating a plan, working with other partners. Since I've been tracking since the early 2000s, it's more effort than I've seen to date happen in just a couple months. So I'm very pleased at the direction that's going.
All right.
If we could just maybe at the next convenient opportunity, maybe the ad hoc that I think is Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hash and McCowan on EMS services, perhaps they could bring forward some recommendations, because part of our role as supervisors is to identify problems. It's also part of our role to identify solutions. And so it would be helpful if as the ad hoc, they could work with stakeholders and bring forward recommended solutions.
Yeah, so if I can respond to that, not speaking for the ad hoc, Supervisor McCowan and I haven't had the chance to align and bring a unified message back. The problem is money. Either it'll be a new tax or it'll be general fund. If it's a new tax, the only tax that appeared viable when we did our research was a sales tax. The cities came back and said they are not in favor of that. I understand why. They have limited funding channels, and we're approaching a ceiling. They have other needs. I don't dispute any of that, but if we don't do a sales tax, we're looking at general fund. I think the time to bring this up may be our budgeting process. And it's part of why I've been saying, hey, we need to be careful about spending. I know we may have a balanced budget now in theory, but if you add in these AB 85 inspections and you add in supporting an ambulance and a new jail wing that may be 1.7 million in staffing, and the list goes on, we have some financial woes ahead, I believe.
Well, I agree with Supervisor Jurdy in that it's frustrating because we've certainly had this issue in Willits where we see these, the services not provided to people for ambulance services, creating this tragic situation. And then we have this ad hoc that we aren't, we can't move forward as a board because it's in the ad hoc. And so it'd be good to just bring something forward where we can discuss it as a board. So I think we should bring something from the ad hoc forward, even if it's an agenda item to discuss and possible action about ambulances.
Let's do it next meeting.
Very good, and we'll do it as soon as possible. Okay. So with the supervisor reports and trying to create this more transparency, is that we have this list of ad hocs of whatever number we have, 15 or so, and I think in the reports, we heard some good information coming from the ad hocs, but I just like to go down and make sure that all the ad hocs are getting covered. If you didn't meet, all you need to say is you didn't meet. And if you have something additional, just go ahead and brief report. So I have the list here of ad hocs, and let's see, the first one is the City of Ukiah regarding Vichy Springs litigation. Supervisors Brown and McCowan. Anything happening?
I understand that a mediation is occurring, but there's been no activity by the ad hoc. I think that mediation is scheduled for tomorrow.
Okay. The homeless action, we heard a good report. I think you had some information in yours and Supervisor Jurdy. So anything else need to add? Good. Okay, and then Supervisor Jurdy and I are on the emergency access and or evacuation routes. I reported about some of the meeting we had. Okay, looking at the CSA 3. Okay, the cannabis cultivation ordinance, Supervisors Haschak and McCowan. We're planning a meeting for, let's see, January 22nd at 6 o'clock up at Harwood Hall, I believe. So January 22nd, and we have met with staff and we met with constituents and talked about it amongst ourselves. Okay.
And we'll meet with staff again this week.
Tomorrow, right. Well, that's a meeting with staff, so okay. The economic development and zoning considerations in
I think
relation to cannabis. Pardon?
Supervisor, I believe she was asking about the Laytonville meeting.
Oh, the Laytonville meeting. Yeah. What time? Right. 6 o'clock, I think. Very good. Okay, Supervisors Jurdy and Williams.
Which item?
Economic development for cannabis.
We did not meet since our last board meeting.
Okay. The fire and emergency medical services, we heard quite a bit about that. Okay. The IT ad hoc committee, Supervisors Jurdy and Williams.
I don't know that the ad hoc has met. I met with IT. I don't think there's anything to discuss. We talked broadband and county microwave.
All right, the climate ad hoc committee, Supervisors McCowan and Williams.
There is no action to be taken pending a recommendation from the committee on what funding model they prefer. If they prefer and the board supports going with the Resource Conservation District, then I think the ad hoc would refine the scope of action.
Okay, and their next meeting is the 17th?
This Friday.
This Friday, okay. Okay, the road naming issues and proposal to the fire and EMS services Sustainability Ad Hoc?
We're waiting on council and PBS.
Okay. And the Ad Hoc to identify and reduce fire fuel management, McCowan and Williams?
Well, I think it was to streamline the process, actually, and I think activity is occurring between air quality and CAL FIRE, but I don't know that we've been particularly active recently. We probably should jump back into that.
Agreed.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I believe that the Air Quality District announced that there will be a training with the state air quality, and I believe it's next week, and CAL FIRE for smoke management plans. Might be something the ad hoc wants to attend.
Right, that's for the prescribed burns. Right, okay. And then the road maintenance efficiency, Supervisors Williams and Jurdy.
We haven't met since the last.
Okay, and then the Measure V Ad Hoc, which is Supervisor Williams and myself. And we're looking at a possible meeting later this month with stakeholders.
I'm game.
Right. All right, so that's the ad hocs. And so we will be going to lunch right now.
Could I ask another question?
Yes.
On cannabis, which of the standing committees, or maybe this isn't something that they're discussing, but I received a call yesterday from a constituent that wants to talk to whomever's on the ad hoc that's still looking at taxation.
I think that would be the cultivation, cannabis cultivation, no? We don't have an ad hoc
We
covering it.
don't have an ad hoc currently for taxation that I'm aware of.
Well, they want input, and I said we have two standing committees, not sure what their whole issues are. I will find out and be able to give you the name and make a reference.
Okay. So we're going to lunch. We have a closed session at 1:30, and we will be dealing with items 9A. Do I need to read these off? Okay.
9A, 9B.
Oh, 9A, 9B, and 9C of the agenda, and we will reconvene for the afternoon session at 2 o'clock. All right?
So with
Let's see, we had closed session, and on item 9A, we didn't have anything to discuss. On 9B and 9C, direction was given to staff. So we're moving on to item 6B, which is discussion and possible action regarding board priorities and development of a long-term strategic plan for Mendocino County to address the county's budget, staffing, mission statement, and operations and issues such as fire response, homelessness, cannabis, housing, and economic development. So Supervisor Jurdy and I were the sponsors of this, and I'll hand it over to Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, I think we're all on multiple boards, and almost all of our boards have long-term strategic plans as well as other plans. And what we have at the county, which is obviously the biggest organization from which we serve on a board, we have a multitude of different county plans, which you could say together make up the plans for Mendocino County. But what we've talked about for some time is consolidating those various plans and those various priorities into a consolidated strategic plan for the county to help guide priorities of staff time, resources, and keep a focus for the county organization. All 1,150 employees, all 5 board members, so this seems like a fairly straightforward issue. We did include a memo written last night by Supervisor Hashak and myself to provide an example of a good reporting on a work plan. So if you call it strategic plan, work plan, whatever you want to call it. And this example comes from the Mendocino County Employees Retirement Association, which invests over $500 million of public funds in a retirement system for the Mendocino County's employees. And that organization, where I serve on behalf of this board, we have obviously a strategic plan, but then we have quarterly a fairly simple to read, fairly quick to read update from the 5 employees at that organization and on their progress on meeting those goals and objectives, strategies for the Employee Retirement Investment Fund. And I happen to think that of the different reports I see from different boards that I sit on, to me this is the cleanest, simplest to read, and probably requires the least amount of staff time to update. So I would, we decided to show this as an example of how the reporting, after we have this consolidated strategic plan, how reporting could be brought back to the board, to the public, let's say on a quarterly basis, on the progress of the goals and objectives in that plan. So we think that we're looking at 2 things. One is to do a strategic consolidated plan for the entire county, and secondly, to have some sort of periodic reporting of it. And again, we're just pointing to the Retirement Association's quarterly reports as a good example that I think would require minimal staff time to prepare.
If I could add into that, this really comes from the grand jury's report of 2019, talking about who runs Mendocino County and the need for this strategic plan. When Supervisor McCowan and I responded to that, we did notice, like Supervisor Jurdy said, that there are individual or isolated plans out there, but not this unifying, coordinating strategic plan. And I was part of the development of this long-term strategic plan for the California Teachers Association. And it took us several years to really come up with something that worked for this huge organization. We're dealing with a very big organization here, and I think that we're going to need some facilitation for the board to do this right and to get a strategic plan that really is a guiding principle for our organization. And so I made a request of the Mendocino Community Foundation to see if they could help with some of the costs. We're looking at some other funding sources for this, but there also might be to get a real professional facilitator in here, it might cost some money. We don't know what it would be right now, but at the next meeting, we're going to have to revisit this item if approved, and we would have more information on that regard. So that's what we're looking at, is something that can guide us, and hopefully we can put it into place, and then our work will be more in alignment with this strategic plan. And that's the wish that we might all have. Okay? So, are there any comments from the board? Supervisor Williams.
I agree with everything you said up to talking about hiring a facilitator. I guess I feel like this is my job, as in this is our job. And I mean, maybe in some cases we'd need somebody to help us massage it into a decent document. But I think in terms of identifying long-term goals or values, where we're willing to make compromises, that's got to come from the board. And I think it's our job to document that first before we hire somebody to polish it into a document.
Well, I think that we're talking about more than just writing up the document. We're talking about the ability to facilitate us in the making, developing and bringing out what our vision would actually be. So
I go back to, I think that's the job of the supervisors. I think we should be capable of building a strategic plan.
Any other comments? Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Well, on the one hand, thank you, Mr. Chair. On the one hand, I could see having a skilled facilitator could help guide the board discussion so that we actually accomplish the objective of identifying goals and how we're going to get there. I also see the point that we ought to be able to, with our various experiences that presumably have qualified us to be here, we ought to be able to identify these are the top goals that I think we should have. These should be our objectives. These are the steps we need to take to get there. So I don't know, I'm kind of on the fence on maybe start the process without a facilitator and see what progress we make. And if it gets to a point where we think we're not progressing, try something different. That's one suggestion.
Let's see. Supervisor Williams.
The grand jury asked the question, who's running this county? And the answer can't be a facilitator.
Yeah, certainly we're not talking about the facilitator running this long-term strategic plan, but I think that like the CSAC does have real professionals who are used to working with other counties in this realm. And so we would be looking at some of these people who have experience developing these plans. Certainly when I was with CTA, we got some people out of the University of Oregon to come because they were experts in this realm. So it's just an idea. Okay, Supervisor Ajurdi.
I guess I'd like to hear from staff, from CEO, about how they envision consolidating our, because to me, we can start with a rough draft by consolidating the goals and objectives that are in our existing documents. That would be, to me, the beginning point, and before we would have a facilitator or our meeting as a group to refine that. Because again, I think we already have a multitude of goals and objectives for this large organization. I think most of what needs to happen is just consolidating that into a single document so that we can track it better. And I think we all have our own examples of things where we would like to see better tracking, but if it was all in one place, it would be easier to track. And that goes back to the quarterly reports on the work plan that I gave the example from the retirement board. But anyway, that's where I think it starts, and I'd like to hear from the staff about how they would go about consolidating all those goals and objectives from all those other existing documents.
Okay.
Chair Hashef,
CEO?
do you want? Okay, great. So I think that actually we did a cursory request from the departments early on. I think later last year. it seems funny to say that. In 2019, we began asking the department. So to answer your question, we would go back to the department heads and ask the question about which departments have any type of 5-year plan, 10-year plan, whether it's due to grant funding or whether it's just a plan that they put together themselves. And then we would pull all those plans together. And you know, the one comment that I get from the departments and from the department heads as well is, what is the county's long-term strategic plan? And I know, Supervisor Jurdy, this is something that you have wanted to do for a few years now. So we would get all the plans together and just put them together as far as what their goals are, what the outcome measures are, performance measures. I'm not sure. And my guess is that none of the plans are the same format. So I would have a staff person in my office put it all together, and then we would bring it to this board. And then you could use that as the beginning of your document. I believe what Supervisor Hashtag, my understanding in speaking with Supervisor Hashtag, what he wanted to do was more of a overall countywide process where you would have meetings in the 5 different districts, and you would meet with your constituents and hear from the public as far as what the public thought your goal, the county goals were, and then bring all that information back and put that together, and then the 5 of you would obviously determine what the goals are, you know, for either a 5 or 10-year strategy or just an overall strategic plan. So as far as the work within the departments, my office can do that. We can get all the plans that the departments have, we can put them together, we can put them in a format that would be easily accessible and readable to this board and the public, and bring that forward. We would need, I would say, based on right now the fact that we're going to be working on developing the budget at this point in time, and it is just the beginning of the year, we would probably need a good 2 months, because the departments, we can't do anything without getting that information from the departments. So once we got that information, then we'd have to put it together. So that if you want that as a first step, or you want to do that, you know, at the same time that you're pulling together other steps of putting together the strategic plan, we could do that.
Okay.
I would say one more thing, though. If, you know, that's something easily done by my office. If you're thinking that you do want to have meetings, community meetings, I think that's where we could really use additional help with that. We've done meetings in the past when we have gone out and done the budget in the different districts, if the board members that are on the board remember that. But you need staff to set up the meetings, to schedule the meetings, to put out the press release and all of that. So thank you.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, and I certainly agree with Supervisor Jurdy. In fact, I wrote down the comment that I think it's very important to consolidate the long-term plans already developed into one document and see where the voids are when you look at the listing that you have in the title, and then work on those. So I think it'd be very good to do.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I can tell you the 5th District doesn't need help having community meetings to gather input on priorities. I get calls every day, I get email every day from constituents in the 5th District telling me what their priorities are. They want a strategic plan that talks about how we're going to have roads that aren't at the bottom of the list statewide, how we're going to have market rate housing that the people can afford, how we're going to have economic growth. These are hard topics. And so I think just having a community meeting, getting input on what people want, and then putting it in a plan that we need more housing that people can afford, we need job growth, we need better roads, we need broadband. That's not getting us anywhere. That's not, when the grand jury said we need a strategic plan, they don't want us to just set these idealistic goals without clear milestones to get us there. And so if we can bring in an expert that can help us in any of those areas, build that part of the plan that'll get us there, how do we have better roads with the funds we have? I'm all game. I'm for it. But I want to be careful that we don't develop a document that's just sits on the shelf while we still struggle, and our roads are in the same poor condition, and we have just as many people unable to find housing. Then we've done this exercise for no gain. So how do we ensure that as we work through the process, we're devising strategy?
Right. Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Chair. That's the big challenge, because the needs are pretty endless and the funding is limited. So we can take steps, and I think we repeatedly have, to try and incrementally increase our discretionary funding by promoting economic development. And, you know, the more economic activity there is out there, presumably property values go up, there's more, you know, tourism, there's more TOT, there's more fees and taxes coming into the county, and they have grown incrementally over time. But that's not going to catch us up on the $600 million backlog for roads and bridges. Yep. And the strategic plan is, I'm not sure how that's going to do that. I don't think writing a strategic plan is going to magically produce millions of dollars. So identifying what we need to do, steps we would need to take to get there, that's one thing. But where's the funding going to come from? We struggle with that every day as a poor rural county.
So perhaps the effort is...
Supervisor Williams.
May I? Perhaps the effort is devising a strategic plan that talks about, given the funding that we have and we anticipate having, how do we see spending it to best cover the needs of the public? And it may be that we identify 30 needs and we decide we can only cover the first 5. I would think public safety would be near the top of that list. And until we cover that, we don't move on to the next item. Figuring out what those compromises are as a group so that we're moving in cohesion as we go through agenda after agenda to make sure that those decisions are in line with the big picture goal. I think that has value. What I don't want to do is what Supervisor McCowan touched on, write a document that talks about what we want that's out of touch with what we can afford.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't disagree with that, but the budget that we adopt every year is basically that document where we do balance the priorities with the available funding. And this year, the board made a pretty significant decision regarding some of the remaining fund balance that we were prioritizing IT upgrades, which we do directly relate to public safety. So we put millions of dollars towards that critical need. So, you know, I think every year with the budget, we are doing that equation. But I think there's logic to tying it to a formally adopted overall strategic plan as well.
Okay. All right. Any public comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll go back to the board.
Well,
Supervisor Jordy.
If we're looking for a formal motion, I would move that we direct staff to comb through our existing county plans and consolidate those goals and objectives into a single draft document and bring that back to the board in the next 60 days.
Second.
Okay. That's it?
Well, and then we can then have a follow-up, but we are, particularly as Supervisor Hashak is pursuing additional outside funding sources and looking at options for a facilitator. In the meantime, we could have this work underway. I think they both work at the same time.
Okay. Any further discussion? Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, as staff combs through past documents, I think it would be valuable to identify where the county has made commitments or set goals that have not been met so that we can analyze why, so that we learn the lessons of what's already been attempted.
Supervisor McCowan.
And when we say staff, thank you, Mr. Chair, I assume that where appropriate, we mean the department staffs would be reviewing the documents that are primarily under their purview. So we're not telling executive office staff to plow through the whole pile, but ideally each department would be able to review the ones that that are in their bailiwick.
Okay, and CEO.
Chair Haschak, thank you. Yes, we would, my department would be, the executive office would be responsible for assuring, for putting out the information to the departments, assuring that we get the information from the departments, and we will ask those departments to tell us where they are with their plan, strategy, whatever it is that they have. So it won't be, we're not the experts, you know, it would be Health and Human Services staff that would be going through theirs, it'd be air quality, whatever. So we should be able to come back with a comprehensive document for you, and we will assure that the department heads know when this item is coming to the board, so if they have a component in this, they will be here to answer questions as well. I hope that meets the needs here of the board.
Okay, very good. Supervisor McCowan.
Just one more, Mr. Chair, and I assume this would also include the formal title of whatever document these goals and objectives might be included in, to whom, if anyone, those documents need to be submitted, and also the deadline or time frame, if any, for updating those documents.
Through the chair, yes. I believe that what we will find is those departments that have outside funding and have to do plans based on the outside funding are the reports that we'll have. So yes, we'll know, you know, what the timeframes are and if they're meeting their goals and objectives. We'll have all that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, could we have a restatement of the motion?
Absolutely. Have a motion by Supervisor Jordy, a second by Supervisor McCowan. And the motion reads, direct staff to comb through existing county plans and consolidate those goals and objectives into a single draft document and bring that back to the board within the next 60 days.
All right. Supervisor McCowan.
Perhaps for comb through, we could substitute review.
We're good with that? Okay. We're going to vote by the button. All right.
Motion carries unanimously.
Very good. We're moving on to 5I, CEO's report.
Chair Haschak, there is no CEO report today. It will be at the next board meeting. Thank you.
Very good. 5J, discussion and possible action, including adoption of Mendocino County's 2020 legislative platform. And Executive Office is the sponsor. Ms. Duquette, Deputy CEO.
Good afternoon, Chair Haschak, Board of Supervisors. I'm here, Sarah Duquette, Executive Office. I'm here to review the 2020 legislative platform. So in your packet, you'll have the draft platform. Pursuant to County Policy Number 19, the board adopts an annual legislative platform, and the platform reflects the priorities for legislative advocacy for both state and federal funding and issues of interest for local government. The purpose of the platform is to clearly outline the positions of the county on priority issues that matter, that impact the county's ability to operate effectively while allowing the considerations of legislation and budget issues that arise during the legislative session. Last year in 2019, the development of the 2020 platform was referred to the General Government Standing Committee, consisting of Supervisor Dan Jordy and Supervisor John Haschak. Through that process, we outreached to department heads to receive impact on the feedback on the platform, also identified a number of additional issues to add, and the overall platform was updated. So removing outdated items, items that were completed, slight changes to certain bullet points, and adding in quite a few new priorities. So I'm just going to highlight a couple of the major additions to the platform for this year. So the first addition was in the transportation section, which is on page 8 of the document, and it's really updating the section regarding SB1, which was the funding bill that's funding our long-term maintenance of roads. And there has been some efforts over the past year to look at maybe redirecting some of that funding at the state level to other types of projects like climate change. So really it's just opposing efforts to divert any of the SB monies that are supposed to go directly towards maintaining the roads and improving the roads. And so we're trying to make sure that we keep those local dollars here. The next one would be on page 10 in the water section. And that's really around the Potter Valley project. As we move forward with the relicensing project, there was a couple additions in the FERC section, and one of them is supporting the Inland Water Power Commission and the two basin partnership efforts to relicense the project. So that was added. In the cannabis section on page 11, we did retain most of the bullet points that were identified through the working group last year. We removed a few that were resolved due to legislative issues, and one I wanted to highlight is including the development of a state bank that would provide banking opportunities for the cannabis industry. In the agricultural section, on page 16, we did add in 2 bullet points for us to engage with CDFA and with the state on the industrial hemp situation. There are a number of regulations that are going to be underway and processed this year, as well as agreements with the commissioner's office, which we start getting into contracts and reimbursable rates. So it's really to keep us engaged in the industrial hemp conversation. The next major section to get quite a few additions is under public safety. Our public defender reached out on a number of items that he would like included, and those are really around bail reform, resentencing provisions, expanding the jury pools in counties, trying to get additional funding for unfunded criminal justice mandates like Proposition 47, 64, and felony murder resentencing hearings. We also added in a couple bullet points around public safety power shutoffs to try to work with the state and the legislators to address the issues around investor-owned utilities and the public safety power shutoffs and the severity and length. We also added a new bullet point that's really focused on the Medicaid inmate exclusion policy under the Social Security Act. And that's really around limitations for Medicaid, Medicare, Children's Health Insurance Program, and Veteran Affairs Health Insurance Programs, and pretrial inmates for public institutions. So we added in that language. The next addition we did put in under the Health and Human Services section on page 19, advocating for additional local census funding for hard-to-count counties, which would be Mendocino County. And under the livability section, we had a couple items identified around the California Vehicle Code and the Abandoned Vehicle Abatement Program, and looking at ways we could work with the state to adjust those rates so we actually get better reimbursement for that program, and also addressing some of the abandoned vehicles that are trailers that are becoming more popular in the abandoned vehicle area. And then the last item, after the legislative platform was submitted for the board processing to get on the agenda, a lot has come up around a bill that was passed at the end of the session, which is AB 5. AB 5, you probably heard in the news, it was originally proposed to deal with the ride share or the gig industry, so Uber, Lyft, etc. But what it does is some major changes to all freelance workers and really reclassifying reclassifying them as employees. And what's come up is there's going to be effect on government in terms of some of the contracts we have in place that would be considered independent contractors that may now be reclassified as employees, but also small businesses in our community like the Willits Weekly, who's new with that bill, has some exemptions for journalism and photography, but it's very limited. So a lot of our small papers may suffer, as well as small businesses that rely on independent contractors. So one item we wanted to get direction as you adopt the 2020 platform is to add an additional bullet point, probably under the economic and community development section, to support cleanup legislation for AB 5 that includes an exemption for government agencies, small businesses, and expanding the exemptions for journalists and photographers. And so this issue is going to be a major issue. I've reached out to our lobbyists in Sacramento. They believe there's going to be some cleanup legislation, but this is a really, really big deal in Sacramento right now. There's a number of lawsuits going on, as well as some of the gig industry apps like Uber, Lyft, are working on putting a ballot initiative on the ballot in November. So a lot's really changing, and we don't really know how implementation is going to work or if there's going to be major changes. And I will defer to County Council Curtis if he has anything he'd like to add regarding the county and AB 5. But we wanted to make sure that this gets in our legislative platform today.
Okay. Yes, County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd actually say Ms. Duquette covered it quite well. Just in terms of the impact of AB 5 on government entities, I'd just note that I think a lot of the policy concerns and a lot of the articulation of the test had really been kind of crafted with private industry in mind, and that there are some areas in there that we believe that cleanup legislation would be helpful, either in terms of exempting government employees, or sorry, government entities, or allowing for modified tests or looser standards for government entities.
Thank you. Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do have a number of comments. When I look at page 8, transportation, there are 2 federal initiatives going on, one in the House and one in the Senate. The one in the Senate was actually in the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee this last summer, but it was to advance a 5-year highway reauthorization bill, and that is S-2302. And then across the hill, the leaders of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee are expected to release text draft for the FAST Act reauthorization package early this year. So I didn't know where that was on page 8, but if we could specify, that would be great, because we only talk about, and maybe I missed it, but the sharing of funds and long-term, but I want these focused on so we can act when we need to get letters in.
Sarah Duquette, Executive Office. We have some broad statements, but we can add in another bullet point that really focuses specifically on the 5-year highway reauthorization bill and reauthorization of FAST, so we can move quickly on those. We can add that to that section.
Thank you. And on page 9, it would be water. And if you go to the 4th bullet, there's sub-bullets number 4 and 5. Please explain to me, what is the trash amendment?
Sarah Duquette, Executive Office. As part of our stormwater permit, which takes in part of the unincorporated area of Ukiah and Fort Bragg, we're going to be required to implement the trash amendment. That's from 2020 to 2030. And what it means is that we have to have 100% trash capture in all of our storm drain systems. And so there's 2 tracks you can do. The one that works best for Mendocino County is implementing trash capture devices in all of our sewer systems, all of our storm drain systems in those 2 areas, which equals, I believe, 46 trash capture devices. And so the goal is to implement 10% each year over 10 years. And so many jurisdictions believe it's an unfunded mandate, and I believe the city of Los Angeles and a few other jurisdictions are currently taking this down to the courts, and they're in the process of litigation. We're moving forward. We are looking at grant dollars. We could possibly get grant dollars to implement the devices in Fort Bragg. There's some money that's going to come out for that, but most likely over the next 10 years, we're going to need to probably invest at least $3 million to actually comply with this mandate.
And then further down on that page, 1, 2, 3, 4 bullets. Well, I should say 4 bullets is more than that, but it is a statement about advocate for locally beneficial legislation related to SGMA that introduced in the 2019 session. Do we have a list of those? Because I chair the Groundwater Sustainability Agency, as you know. I'd sure like to have that for a report to that particular body.
Yes, and looking at that, we need to update that to 2020, but I do have a full list of all of the water-related legislation, and there were a couple items regarding SGMA. We could see some more. This year is going to be the year that we're going to see the first round of plans submitted for review for high-priority basins, so that might equal some new legislation. But yes, I can get you that.
Okay, great. The very last bullet on that page talks about the operations manual for the Coyote Valley Dam. It would be the Army Corps. And I don't know if we should put something in about FIRO, because this is a test, so to speak, and it was funded federally. And FIRO is the Forecast Informed Reservoir Operation, rather than going by the old manuals. For instance, Coyote Valley Dam was passed by Congress in 1958. So I would just like something about FIRO in there, that we support it, and we want to follow results. And then when we move on to page 14, be under economic and community development, go to the bottom of the page, it's second bullet up at the very bottom. It says, promote a full range of housing in all communities. Does full range mean all income levels? Is that what was meant? Maybe you want to consider, changing that language. And then when I go to page 18, it would be the very last bullet under environment, and it's explore legislative and regulatory options to manage the Tule elk populations within the Potter and Round Valley regions. I'd like to add Long Valley, because Long Valley does have an issue, and I think Supervisor Haschek is aware of that. And then under Health and Human Services, I'm just wondering, I think it's the last bullet on page 18. Does this language support federal legislation now being considered to allow for those in jail going through trial not to lose their medical and Medicare benefits? Does that language include that, or should we specify it?
Are you talking about the last bullet point on 18?
Yes, support insurance parity for mental health services, blah, blah, blah.
So that bullet point was from the Behavioral Health Advisory Committee, which they came out with their recommendations, I want to say mid-2019, and at the direction of the board, we took those bullet points identified in their report and included them in the platform. So that's the history on that. To my understanding, it definitely ties with what we had earlier in terms of making sure that those that are in the pretrial system still retain their benefits, and we can fund their medical care through those various programs.
Okay, and what language would apply for us to be able to take action if needed on CalAIM?
Do you have any specifics on what type of action?
Well, there's a whole process started, and maybe Miss Angelo can brief us on, I think she's been asked to sit on a committee. I just want to make sure we're fully engaged.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Chair
CEO.
I think, if this was legislation, CalAIM with us would be on the watch list right now. So unless there is any reason, I would say that that's where we keep it, Chair Brown, that we continue to follow what's happening with CalAIM, which is very new right now, and Tammy Moss-Chandler in Health and Human Services will be doing a presentation to this board within the next 60 days. But we keep it somewhat on a watch list, and that as needed, I would request that this board then amend the legislative platform. But I think to do anything right now might be premature because we don't know the end result right now. If that's okay with you, that would
Sure.
be my recommendation.
And I know that CSAC, along with other organizations, have commented on the process so far. I think it was quite a lengthy letter, and so I'm just nervous. Actions are being taken, there's community input or public input, and we just need to be at the table.
There are multiple committees and multiple meetings at this point, and we do have input through our associations, and through some of us are sitting on some of those committees. So just at this point, though, other than watching, I think that that's probably the most we can do right now.
Okay,
Thank you.
That's all. Thank you.
That's it? Okay.
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the ledge platform has blossomed over time. When I got here, I think it consisted of 6 or 8 priority items for state legislation that we hope to pursue or influence, 6 or 8 for federal separate sections. Some of the items were very similar or same. Some are obviously unique and distinct. And here we're proposing to moosh them all together into one mega document with a gazillion bullet points that are a mixture of principles that we advocate for, and very few of these items are actually tied to a specific legislative change that we would hope to accomplish or influence in the next year. So I think this has perhaps become so unwieldy and all-encompassing. I don't see that it would be an effective document for advocacy. I actually do not support adoption of this program. There's any number of individual comments I could make. We keep adding to it. We never seem to take anything off. Just one example, we have in here advocating for funding to extend rail from Windsor to Willits, which I actually think would be a great thing. That's probably been superseded by the state legislation regarding the Great Redwood Trail. Unless there's a dramatic shift in the view of the state legislature, we cannot expect that there will be funding for rail restoration. You know, a lot of the things like on the cannabis program, I appreciate inclusion of the 6-county statement, which I actually put into its final form prior to adoption, and it was an effective document at the time, I think, intended in that it expressed the will of those 6 counties, and it was intended to influence state legislation at that time. I don't know how relevant it still is today, and to include a line saying, we still support this document, see the attachment. I just don't see that anyone's going to be reading this document or that it will influence legislation. My direction would be it might be time to go back to the drawing board and to direct staff to pull through here and pick out 6 or 8 state priorities and 6 or 8 federal priorities where we actually hope to achieve a legislative change, and have a brief blurb on why we want to be doing that. And a lot of the rest of this could be statement of general principles that we support, such as local control, reimbursement for mandates, funding for infrastructure. That could all be part of the preamble. So those are my comments.
Okay. Well, Ms. Duquette, do you find that working with the lobbyist in Sacramento that this is a useful document still, or do we need to revise what they need in Sacramento to carry out our will?
So this is, prior to this format, there was another format which also had, I would say, a similar amount of topics. It was about 10 to 15 pages. There's a lot of counties. The formats are a little bit different. They all tend to be pretty lengthy. I mean, anywhere from like 15 to maybe 25 pages is typically the norm, at least what I see from the other counties and cities. I think one, at least what I could tell from even the previous format to the current format, is really it's a document so that you can take quick action in a lot of different areas, but also kind of sets the stage for our personal legislators and our lobbyists to understand our perspective and where we're coming from, and the various issues that we think are important and where we stand on a plethora of issues. So I know that Senator McGuire's staff, Senator and Assemblyman Wood's staff, as well as our lobbyists, they familiarize themselves with this document and read it to get a better understanding of where we sit on a number of different issues. Being a county government, we have to manage and implement a wide amount of programs covering a whole lot of different areas. So there are quite a few sections and a lot of information. But this is the legislative platform of the Board of Supervisors, so whatever format you'd like it in, length or what you want to focus on, we can easily accommodate that. So whatever the decision of the board is in terms of what you want it to look like or what you want it to focus on, we can make changes. This is supposed to capture kind of the bullet points of major issues that affect a wide range of policy areas and programs that the county implements.
Supervisor Williams.
Could we ask our state reps and lobbyists for a pointer to a model document? They must see a lot of these. Is there one that's particularly useful in format?
Okay.
We could. Just from my perspective, just looking at the legislative platforms from probably our neighboring 10 to 15 counties, all of them look pretty much the same.
And is the content relatively the same if we were to compare Humboldt's to ours?
If you want, I can. We made a big transition in what this platform looked like in 2016, and we did a whole review of all of our neighboring counties and what their legislative platforms look like, and we gave the document a revamp. We certainly can do that once again and do a revamp in 2020 if you want to change formats.
If we change formats, do you see any potential gain, or are we just burning staff time? I mean, if they're reading it and they understand what we want, does it make a difference?
I would say there could be some gain, but right now we're already in session 2020.
Yeah.
So my recommendation is if you really want to go a completely different direction, maybe shorten it, maybe focus on 4 things, that we really start the planning process a little bit early and we do it for 2021. Because we start this process of updating it, and I think we probably remove like at least 15 different items. We start that process in September.
You're saying this would be
a
poor time to reset in the middle of a legislative session?
Yeah, my suggestion would be to do a revamp and start that process a little earlier, maybe in July or August, so that we can do a revamp, take it to the standing committee, they can review it, we bring it to the board and we adopt. Because if we do a revamp, we probably want to do it really, really fast because they're already in session.
Okay. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And when we did make the change, we started requesting information from departments so that it wasn't just a Board of Supervisors document, that there was input across the organization. And other partners could have input. But I wanted to ask you on your statement under transportation, that's on page 8, are you suggesting we strike support funding opportunities for restoration of rail infrastructure from Windsor to Willits? Because then that shortens it by 1 sentence. So you're requesting strike?
It was an example to make my point. I don't think it makes any difference. You can leave it on the list of 200 major priorities. You can take it off. I think the odds of it happening are nil. But I think the odds of most of these happening are nil based on this document.
Okay. So Supervisor Jurdy.
So I would like us to adopt the document. If we want to make some changes today, let's make the changes today, but let's adopt it today. And it's not that people are going to sit through and read through this document and say, oh, gee, County of Mendocino wants this, this, and this. The value of this document is that when legislation moves through legislature, we can send off a letter instantly because it's supported through our already adopted legislative platform. So I think the value is in having a comprehensive document so that we can send out those letters instantly.
And I would just like to add, we can really streamline it, but at the same time, we do have these issues like AB 5, which is critical for the Willits Weekly. It's not publishing this week because of this AB 5 and their fear of, economic viability at this point. So we need to be acting on specific things as well as the big picture. So,
And like I said previously, if you guys would like to see a shorter type or a new type of format, I'd be happy to do that. And we could just start the process a few months earlier. That gives us enough of a lead time so that we make sure that we still get the document adopted in December or January of each year. So we have something in place.
okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's also a fair amount of fluff in here where it's not stating a principle so much, like cannabis, we're a premier producing region. Well, people may or may not agree with some of those comments, but it's not tied to, here's a specific issue that we would like to see enacted. Now, you've just mentioned a specific AB 5. It absolutely should be amended. It should be a top priority, but it's a state priority, it's not federal. Right now, we have federal and state all mixed together. We have all these bullet points with very few actual specific actions. The ability to write a letter, that could be covered simply by the statement of principles that I mentioned, that we support reimbursement for unfunded mandates, for we support local control, we support funding for infrastructure. You put that in there, you can write a letter on almost anything. But if you really want to see a specific thing enacted, such as reform of AB 5, you pull it out, you highlight it. These are our 6 top state legislative priorities. Here's one minor issue that will perpetually be unresolved on this format, and that is section 19147 of I think it's the Education Code, that refers to who pays the salary of the librarian of a county free library. And this issue's been in play for several years. It's never been resolved. Again, it's a minor thing. It'd be nice to clear that up and clarify either the county is or is not responsible for paying the salary of the librarian from county general funds. That should be a simple thing for our legislative representatives to put forward, but it's buried among, 200 other bullet points.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
I'd like to ask Ms. Duquette, how many people read this document in your estimation?
I would say probably maybe 20 to 30 people. And usually too, what we do, because this covers a large area, and a lot of times you don't really know what's going to be the issue of the year, right? So at the end of the year, it was AB 5, and it was IHSS. In the past, it's been transportation. So usually at the beginning of the session, you'll see some type of topics raised to the top. And usually once that window closes for legislation to be introduced, and I'm talking both federal and state, that's when we have the discussions and we know, okay, this is going to be the year where we're going to fight on contracts. Or this is going to be a year we're going to fight on water. And that's when you'll start to see more letters come before you. That's when we start having frank discussions with our legislators as well as working with our lobbyists. So this is definitely an all-encompassing document, but we do go through those processes of identifying those really important issues. And a lot of times you don't really know what those issues are going to be that year. We probably will have a shakeout and really realize that in February and March. And then through that, we work with our lobbyists. But I would say most of the people reading this document are people that are somehow involved or interested in legislative activities and advocacy, which is not, I would say, the majority of people. But a fair amount, and most of them are within the realm of what we're working on in legislative advocacy.
Thank you. Would the chair entertain a motion?
Not right now.
Public comment.
Okay.
But I want some.
Supervisor Brown.
So the question was asked, but I find it very helpful to me when the RC or CSAC Board of Directors is considering supporting or not supporting some type of legislation. So I have this here, and I can go and I can look and say, well, this is where we stand, so I vote no. Or this is where we stand, so I vote yes. And advocate also for our position. So I always have found it helpful through the last decade on this board.
All right. I'm going to open it up for public comment. Any public comment on this issue? All right, going back to the board. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I agree with everything Supervisor McCowan had to say, but I think we could adopt this today and then begin on a formal process to start from scratch and reconsider the format and reconsider what may be fluff. But I don't think it does us any good to delay the approval. So I would move the recommended action to approve.
Is there a second?
I will second, but I have comment.
Okay.
Supervisor Williams and Supervisor McCowan serve on one of our standing committees, but it's usually general government it goes to. Let's switch it this year and let the two of them work on it.
Agreed.
Okay, so it's been agreed. That's part of the motion then.
So
Is that
can we
right?
revise the motion to the recommended action and send the document to the Health, Public Safety Standing Committee
Yes.
for additional refinement?
You're in agreement with that?
I'm in yes, I am.
Okay.
And
Question.
I'll be very pleased if it comes back in November or December so I can comment on it.
Very good. All right, so we have a motion. And so the,
Clarify, are
Ms.
you
Duquette.
referring the development of the 2021 platform, or are we revising the 2020?
We're the 2021.
Thank
We're
you.
just approving this document for
And
this
then
cycle.
referring the development of the 2021 legislative platform to the Health and Human Services.
Yes.
and the referral, the acceptance of the platform is with the changes that Supervisor Brown and the AB5 and those changes.
Sure.
Right. Okay, any further discussion? All right, all in favor? Well, vote by the button. Okay,
Motion carries unanimously.
very good. Moving on to item 5K. Discussion and possible action including formation of an ad hoc committee to participate in a North Coast Counties Regional Forum regarding cannabis licensing. Okay, so let's get this up. This is sponsor is the executive office, and basically it was, do you want to speak to it, CEO?
Thank you, Chair Hashtag. Yes, this mirrors what we did a few years ago when Mendocino County was part of a 6-county regional project where we developed a policy paper on cannabis. And what we wanted to do this time was pull those same counties together and talk about what's happened with cannabis at this point as far as the permitting process in the different counties and what we can do to work together to affect change at the state. So as you can see by the summary of request, we had a meeting at CSAC, and this came out of really direction from this board a few months ago. So we had a meeting at CSAC, we pulled the counties together, and we came out with some action items, basically that we would, the CAOs would get together and develop a plan to come back to the 6 counties. Also, RCRC was going to meet with Supervisor Hashtag and representatives from UC Davis. There was a survey that one of the supervisors wanted to pull together to get additional information. And we were still looking at the 6 counties, but possibly being open to other counties as we moved forward. So what happened was some of the counties did go back and take this item to their board and form ad hocs. And it's a regional cannabis ad hoc. And so with that, we're here today to ask this board to form a regional ad hoc. And at the meeting, we had Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hashjack as our representatives during that meeting on December 4th. And so as you can see, this action is requesting the formation of an ad hoc to participate in the North Coast Counties Regional Forum and to appoint 2 supervisors.
Very good. Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a little bit of an interesting item in its evolution and in its implications to other ad hocs. We all say that as a board we spend too much time talking about cannabis, and we're now looking at forming our 3rd ad hoc that deals with nothing but cannabis. We also say we have too many ad hocs, and we probably do, and we keep adding more. The board did previously give direction to the CEO to convene a regional county meeting, and it was the intention that that would occur at CSAC, given that numerous county supervisors would be present there. During that meeting, I got a text from CE Angelo that myself and Supervisor Williams would be the regional ad hoc. And it had never occurred to me, frankly, that it would be anything other than the cultivation ad hoc, since we're talking about the regional committee would be looking at changes to the state cultivation ordinance. So it seemed there was a commonality of subject matter, even though it's divided between local and state. To have a member from one of our local ad hocs on cultivation and a member from the other ad hoc, who are each working with a supervisor on cannabis-related stuff, pull one of them from each to be on an ad hoc for the regional committee, to me instantly implicated the Brown Act. County Council, I believe, thinks you can draw a fine enough line to say this is only going to be dealing with state legislation. It's not really related. And of course, none of the 4 supervisors involved will be talking to anybody about other issues other than what's in their ad hoc when they're in that ad hoc meeting. I believe we could, so we can come up with a narrative that we think supports that these are all separate ad hocs and Brown Act compliant. It's not always that easy to convince the public. Generally, the advice, certainly former county counsel Janine Nadell, her position was always the legal floor is here. Where do you want to be? And for the sake of clarity, transparency, reducing confusion to the public, instead of going from 2 ad hocs to 3, I think we should go from 2 to 1. But I would ask the members of the Economic Development Ad Hoc Committee, do they think there is still work to be done there, or is it largely concluded? My understanding, direction was given for staff to do certain things, industry to do certain things. It just seems like instead of expanding our cannabis ad hocs, we could consolidate them, and I certainly would be happy to serve.
Supervisor Jurdy.
I would say that the Economic Development Ad Hoc has largely concluded its work. There's obviously some follow-up work, but it doesn't have to be the same 2 supervisors who do that follow-up work. As he said, it's primarily at this point in the hands of staff who are working on things that are coming back to the full board, and on behalf of the industry that we will hear from them. And so I think it makes abundant sense to just have a single ad hoc on cannabis in 2020, and we had 2 in 2019, but 1 in 2020. Let's have clearer vision in 2020.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I have interest in serving on the regional effort, and I agree with Supervisor Jurdy that that the Economic Development Ad Hoc has served its purpose, and there may be some follow-up, but I don't see that ad hoc having any meetings planned at this time.
Okay. Well, I've had a discussion with county council, and it seems like we have this ad hoc, the regional ad hoc, which was formed at the CSAC in early December, and that was Supervisor Williams and myself, and so we met in that ad hoc, and that if we continue on participating in that regional forum, then we need to continue the same configuration of that ad hoc. So I don't know how we get around that and get down to one ad hoc. Yes.
If I may respond, Mr. Chair, and I believe what you were alluding to is the issue of whether it would be a serial meeting to essentially change the composition of an ad hoc from one year to the next, and that was an issue that was alluded to during the December 17th meeting. I think that the way that you address that is really to dissolve the prior ad hocs and just continue those that have any ongoing issues to deal with. So if you were to continue with the composition of the regional ad hoc, dissolve the economic development ad hoc, I think you'd accomplish that. And quite frankly, another option you could have is if you really want to reduce the number of ad hocs that are out there, you could potentially create a standing committee for cannabis issues. Now, you would have to be noticing and having your meetings be Brown Act compliant in the event you were to go that route, so it might be a little bit unwieldy. But given the number of cannabis-related issues floating out there, it wouldn't be an unreasonable approach if you decided to go that route.
Supervisor McCowan.
One more refinement on that question, and the regional ad hoc, as our rules have now been adopted, the formation of that ad hoc would be called into question since it happened outside of a public meeting, outside of a transparent environment. But given that at least it was stated that it was formed, presumably we could dissolve. So we already have a regional ad hoc right now, although it's not on our official list. Presumably, a clear path forward would be to dissolve the regional ad hoc, the cultivation ad hoc, and the economic development ad hoc, and then a new ad hoc could be formed. Any legal issues with that?
If I may respond.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So generally speaking, I would say no. If you were to dissolve all of the ad hocs and create a new ad hoc, I think you'd be all right. The issue would be whether there would be any carryover. And if the intent is for the new ad hoc to essentially be the regional ad hoc, I think that's where the concern is. If they're supposed to pick up the work and handle the communication that the prior ad hoc handled, that's where you potentially run into issues. Although I suppose if you did two completely different members and didn't have the old communication passed along to them, I think you'd be fine on that front.
Well, the thought would be that you would dissolve all ad hocs and you would then appoint 2 new members. And so at that point, presumably the conversation would stop of whatever had happened before. So there wouldn't be any ongoing discussion. Right now, we've got a 4-sided discussion going on, potentially, solidified by bringing together one from each of the ad hocs. I mean, if this doesn't raise concern, the final sentence of the agenda summary, the executive office recommends appointing Supervisors Williams and Haschek, who participated in the meeting at CSAC and represent both the Cannabis Economic Development Ad Hoc and Cannabis Cultivation Ad Hoc. If that doesn't imply that we're merging the input of these ad hocs into the regional ad hoc, so, I think it's a lot cleaner and consistent with our belief that we talk about cannabis too much. We have too many ad hocs. Let's go from 2 ad hocs to 1. And I think it will be a much more legally compliant position. I think it would resolve any questions about whether we're Brown Act compliant.
Supervisor Brown.
Okay, and thanks for all the discussion. Why not dissolve both our ad hocs and keep the regional and do the official appointment as we have on our agenda today? And that's one of the reasons I asked the questions during our discussion in December on the ad hocs and raised the issue of serial meetings. But I think it makes perfect sense that we dissolve both of ours and that those serving on the regional can continue work at a regional level, taking on their experience and work that they've done in the past.
Okay. CEO, did you have any comments?
No, thank you, Chair
Okay.
Haschak.
Well, part of the problem I see is that as part of the cultivation cannabis ad hoc, we've been doing work and we have work forecasted, we have plans, and so we're moving along with our, ad hoc commitment. And I also see this regional ad hoc is that I went with Supervisor Williams. Since then, I've had discussions with and been on the radio with Supervisor Madrone from Humboldt County. And so, and discussions with this professor from UC Davis. So I see that work going on. And so I don't see how we just shut down our cannabis cultivation ad hoc and what are we left with? Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so, Chair, given that you have new responsibilities this year and that the regional effort will likely involve, I would think, significant travel, meeting our counterparts in other counties, going to Sacramento, working with RCRC, potentially CSAC, do you feel that you have the bandwidth? Because one option would be to have Supervisor McCowan, who seems eager, take that role. And it wouldn't preclude you from continuing to work on the collective effort of cannabis as a single supervisor and wouldn't subject you to the travel that may be needed that could collide with other duties of the chair. Just a thought.
Well, thank you for that consideration, Supervisor Williams, but I don't think it's a problem.
Yep.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I suggest we might have public comment and then I would be ready to try a motion.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Is there any public comment on this issue? Seeing none, we'll go back to the board. Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with regard to the ongoing work of the cultivation, we're not in a position to have any specific recommendations yet. We've talked about that, but I don't think we've solidified anything. My motion would be to dissolve the Cannabis Cultivation Ad Hoc Committee, the Cannabis Economic Development Ad Hoc Committee, the Regional Ad Hoc Committee, and reform a Cannabis Committee of Supervisors Williams and McCowan.
Seeing no second?
Well, I'll second for discussion.
Okay. Seconded by Supervisor Jurdy. Okay.
Maybe I could ask the former chair, Carrie Brown, because I believe you would have been at the CSAC meeting. I'm sure you were.
Yes.
And so could you just give us a little bit more background about the formation of this regional committee? And
The different counties involved, because they were all at CSAC and would not involve another travel in December, because we did discuss it, I believe, in November, and said it could happen at CSAC. And the counties all wanted to meet just to discuss whether we go back to working as a region. And I believe some issues, when we discussed convening it and directing the CEO to pull it together, we did bring up some issues that are important to the region. And of course, state legislation, state regulations is part of that. So at the CSAC meeting, there were two supervisors that were willing to go. And those were Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Haschek. And so they attended, and basically I said, perfect. They're the ones that want to go. They should attend.
Hey, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My experience was slightly different. I received a text from C.E. Angelo saying that I and Supervisor Williams would be the county representatives, as approved by Chair Brown. I raised the issue of, gee, is this Brown Act compliant, given that we have a county cultivation ad hoc, and now we're going to have this regional ad hoc for cultivation at the state level. I was concerned as to whether or not that was Brown Act compliant. That led to another series of conversations. I was not in conversation with Supervisor Brown at any time or with you at any time, but my benefit for raising the Brown Act question was the answer that came back was it's going to be Haschek and Williams. There probably was a serial meeting at the CSAC meeting. Anyway, one way or another, I think we should clean this up. If there is a regional committee appointed that is not the current cannabis cultivation ad hoc, I don't see that I'm participating in an ad hoc going forward. But that's fine. That'll serve the purpose of reducing the number of ad hocs. Anyway, I think the motion on the floor, whoever the two supervisors are, I still support we should go down to one ad hoc.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor.
Would you care for me to repeat the motion?
Yes, please.
I have a motion by Supervisor McCowan, a second by Supervisor Jurdy, to dissolve the Cannabis Cultivation Ad hoc, the Cannabis Economic Development Ad hoc, and the Regional Cannabis Ad hoc, and reform a Cannabis Committee consisting of Supervisors Williams and McCowan.
And Supervisor Jurdy.
So I will vote for the motion, and if it fails, it fails. I do think there are advantages to having Supervisor McCowan, given his years of experience on this issue, being on the ad hoc, and just leave it at that.
Supervisor Brown.
I'm going to be voting against the motion. because of
Supervisor
the
Williams.
Yeah, I guess-
appointment of the.
Sorry.
Due to the appointment of two supervisors. I support Supervisor Haschek.
Supervisor Williams.
I would like to both hear from county council because I think this motion contradicts something that I heard earlier. Maybe that answer first.
County council, please.
If I may, I believe Supervisor Williams was referring to my recommendation that to avoid a serial meeting issue, it would be better to have the same composition for a regional ad hoc as what had been previously done for the prior meeting. That would be my recommendation.
Any further comments, Supervisor Williams?
I have one. I guess I would, to put you on the spot, I would like Chair Haschek and Supervisor McCowan to figure out how all three who are interested in carrying this forward, not all three can be on the regional ad hoc, but how do we continue to use the abilities of all three to carry cannabis forward? I think the reason we created two ad hocs last year is because it was a substantial amount of work and we thought that the topics didn't necessarily overlap. Is there a compromise on the table?
Supervisor McCowan.
I don't see how you, condense three into two. And with all due respect, county council is making a recommendation. They're not really making a legal determination. I think you dissolve the existing ad hoc. They have no further conversation on state legislative changes other than an open session. I don't see that that's an issue, but, and I agree with Supervisor Jurdy's comment. I've been helping adopt cannabis regulations for 15 years. I've got quite a bit of background with it. I think that's why originally it was recommended that I would be on this regional ad hoc. But the real work that still needs to be done, I think, is on the local cultivation ordinance that we have. And, you know, we'll see if, it sounds like my motion may not pass. That's fine. That'll have other implications as well.
Okay, we need to wrap this up. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I would like to understand what those other implications are.
I don't see that, given my belief that we're deep into Brown Act territory, I don't see that I would be participating on a cultivation ad hoc with a supervisor that's on a regional ad hoc dealing with cultivation issues at the state level.
So,
okay,
I'm sorry, but I can't vote without a couple more questions. I'm trying to work this out.
Okay, go ahead.
So this regional ad hoc is not about writing a cultivation ordinance.
It's
And
advocating for changes at the state
yes,
level.
but it's not. It won't be writing a cultivation. There is still work that needs to be done on cultivation in our county. Those are two different efforts. So that's one way I see breaking this up logically. Another question I have for you is: are you willing to do extensive travel to other counties? We're talking about at least 5 other counties, maybe more coming on in Sacramento. Are you enthusiastic about that?
I don't have a problem with it. I drive a lot.
Okay.
Okay.
You want to cut me off?
Yeah. All right, and we have this motion on the floor. I'll just say that I participated in the regional ad hoc, and I'd like to continue it because I think that it's important work, especially for my district, for the county, and what we do at the state level. I think there's a lot of possibilities there of things we can do. And at the same time, it could be an ongoing ad hoc that goes past this year. So that's one reason I'd like to be on it. Anyway, I'm going to vote no on this motion. Okay?
Hey.
So, Supervisor Williams.
I don't have a clear understanding from County Council whether we might be voting against a loose recommendation or if we're voting against advice given by council. Could you firm it up?
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure I fully understood the question.
You said that your recommendation is that we don't support the current motion. Is that how firm is that recommendation? Do you see us in violation if we move forward against your advice?
This is always a little bit, so I will say that my recommendation is that I believe that the legally safe course of action would be to maintain the composition for the regional ad hocs and to keep the lines that have been drawn to prevent there from being a serial meeting issue going forward. Supervisor McCowan has pointed out this is just my legal advice. I am not a judge. No one makes a binding determination other than a court or an appropriate administrative agency.
So,
Mr. Chair.
Rule
I have a
19. Okay, but we've gone way over on this issue.
Indeed,
so
we have, but I have a follow-up here. So let's carry it one step forward. This motion fails. I don't see myself participating in the cultivation ad hoc. Then we either have no cultivation ad hoc or a new member is appointed, and wouldn't that raise the same issue you've just expressed concern about?
If
yes,
I may,
County Council.
Yes, it would. Trying to replace a member on the ad hoc when we're talking about 2 members of the board at the same time would potentially raise those same issues. Yes.
Okay, very good. I think we understand the issue. We have the motion on the floor. Could you please repeat the motion?
The motion is to dissolve the cannabis cultivation ad hoc, the cannabis economic development ad hoc, and the regional cannabis ad hoc, and reform a cannabis committee consisting of Supervisors Williams and McCowan.
It'd be Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee.
We're going to vote by the button.
Motion fails with Supervisors Brown, Haschak, and Williams dissenting.
Okay, is there another motion on the floor? All right, so if we don't have a motion, then we will not have any member, or I can appoint, as a chair, I could appoint members to this regional ad hoc. Okay, and so since I don't see any motion on the floor, I will appoint the regional ad hoc of Supervisor Williams and myself.
Thank you, Chair Haschak. I would hate to have to go back and tell my 5 colleagues that Mendocino County, that was the impetus to pull together the 6-county regional cannabis ad hoc to look at working with the state, was unable to do this. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right, so moving on. Let's see. Oh, it's time for a break. So we have people ready for a presentation, but we also need to take a break right now. So we will take a break for 10 minutes and we will come back at 3:38. Okay? All right, welcome back, everybody. So we're on agenda item 6C, discussion and possible action, including possible direction to Executive Office to perform assessment of Economic Development and Financing Corporation, EDFC, documenting total county contributions and return on investment. So Supervisor Williams is a sponsor. Supervisor Williams?
It's been since the mid-1990s that the county has set, best I can tell, has set goals for EDFC. I asked Deputy CEO Darcy Antle how much we've contributed to date. She believes about $883,000. If you look at the general fund contributed by the cities that are participating, it's over $1 million of discretionary funds from local government. I think it's appropriate every so often to evaluate whether the goals are still appropriate and whether we're meeting the goals. And so this item basically asks staff to confirm that $883,000, put a little bit more work into making sure that includes all of the contracts to date, and also document the return on investment. What are the successes? Are we on track? Is there anything that we need to change in the arrangement or the goals?
Okay. And the annual contribution is, I believe, $30,000 a year?
Chair Haschuk, it's $32,500. That's been what we've been
$32,500.
giving them. And then we worked with them, with EDFC and with West Company this year, and both agencies got 2-year contracts for $50,000 each year to do economic development with recovery.
Okay. Thank you. Any further comment? Okay, any comment from the public? Seeing none, we'll go back to the board. Is there a motion? Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think that EDFC has done a good job in the past. We have 2 representatives, is that correct, that sit on EDFC?
Right.
Okay. And I believe those are the 2 that should be evaluating. I'm hearing what Supervisor Williams has to say. And are you the other appointee?
Well, it's Supervisor Williams and yourself now.
Oh, I'm on there?
Yes.
Well,
No, it was Supervisor Jurdy.
Oh, okay. Huh? Okay. I've actually never served, so I just get the reports that come back. But I know that both of these entities have accessed considerable other funds in the past to be able to use to our benefit here in the county. And certainly West Company has been wonderful throughout the years. But that's why I'm looking to those that serve. Supervisor Williams, it's his first year serving, and it appears he's going to have another year. And so I would like to hear from Supervisors Jurdy, McCowan, who has served in the past, I think, and still serves as an alternate. I'd like to hear their comments.
So as of this morning, I will be the second appointee to the, but I too have never served on EDFC.
Okay.
So this will be new to me, and but I agree with you that we've seen substantial grant funds brought into Mendocino County through EDFC and economic development, but I think there's nothing wrong and perfectly sensible in doing an analysis of their work, and I'm looking forward to joining this board for the first time and learning more about what they do.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, any agency should welcome an examination of, are they fulfilling their mission? Are they effectively pursuing their stated purpose? So I think that's one place to start is, what is our performance agreement with EDFC? I believe we have a contract with them for a scope of services. So that's part of the review. Are they fulfilling the current scope of services? But also in measuring the, quote, return on investment, a lot of the benefits could be intangible. So we all know they're in the business of making loans. These are often, EDFC is often in the position of being lender of last resort. It's to assist people who either seek to expand or to start a business that don't have access to conventional financing. So by definition, these tend to be high-risk loans. There's an effort to secure collateral, but there are loans that do go bad and wind up being written off. But so part of the assessment is those loans that have been successful and have resulted in assisting businesses to grow or expand or to start, and what has been the benefit cumulatively of those businesses to the local community. What taxes have they resulted in paying? What increased in property tax value, number of people employed? But there's also other ways in which EDFC seeks to promote business. I think a lot of people contact EDFC as a resource on, I'm thinking of starting this kind of business, what properties are zoned appropriately and that type of thing. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of value potentially to EDFC that won't necessarily show up on the bottom line or a bottom line analysis. So I think we just have to keep that in mind.
And as a board member of EDFC for the past year, I was really pleased with the trajectory of EDFC. I think they were much more aggressive in hiring a loan officer who was going out and recruiting people, and these are people, like Supervisor McCowan said, who have been rejected by the traditional bank loans, and so it is a high risk, and so I think they were doing a lot of good work in getting their books in order, because they have some bad loans on record. So anyway, it is an analysis of that kind of stuff is certainly worthy, and I think that what Supervisor Brown said about the supervisors who are on that committee doing that work too. So Supervisor Brown.
Yes, and then I'd like to ask the CEO, do we have the staff capacity to actually do this work or lead it?
CEO.
Yeah. Chair Hashtag, Supervisor Brown, thank you for that question. And actually, we have been looking at this because we've been working closely with EDFC and also with West Company. So this is not new for us to look at the money that EDFC has brought in, what the return on that investment is, what they do. And really, we should be looking at all of our contracts and any of the outcome measures in those contracts. So to answer your question, yes, we've already started doing some of this just based on the work we've been doing with EDFC and West Company, so it's not a problem. Thank you.
Supervisor McCowan.
And one more thought, it might be appropriate to also solicit information from our partners in the formation of EDFC. So the 4 cities, we should probably do outreach and ask them what is their perception of EDFC and their experience.
Okay. Do we have a motion on the floor? Okay. Supervisor Williams.
I would move the recommended action.
And as the newest member of EDFC board, I will second the motion.
Okay, and I forgot to get public comment.
You did.
Oh, I did? Okay. All right, so we have any other comments from the board? Okay, let's vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Very good. On to 6D, Discussion and possible action, including direction to Executive Office to return with a plan to make most Mendocino County business licenses optional. And this was sponsored by Supervisor Williams.
So in reviewing some of the chronologies of clients of West Company sitting on their board this last year, it became apparent that the business licensing process is an impediment for new businesses, especially small businesses. And it came to my attention that Lake County doesn't require business licenses in many of the instances where we do. Say for body piercing or selling Christmas trees, they do. For food handling, they do. They've pinpointed specific business cases where there may be protection to the public by having a business license process. But say hypothetically, Supervisor McCowan in his retirement decides to write his memoirs, and he does it from a coffee shop. He does it sitting in the audience here at the board chambers. Maybe he edits a little bit at home. He goes to get a business license because he's not an outlaw. He wants to be in compliance. He pays $40, not a problem. That's not a big business impediment. But he also pays $339 to planning and building. Why planning and building? Well, they want to check his office to make sure it's in compliance. He says, I don't have an office. I write in coffee shops. I write wherever I am. I bring a notepad. No, we're going to use his primary residence as his business location because he doesn't rent office space. They're going to review and see if he has any code violations on his home. Even though he's not bringing the public in, he doesn't have any employees. This process can take weeks, sometimes months, sometimes many months. And so when you compare, we say Mendocino County is 82% of the businesses are small businesses, and we have a business-friendly climate. Actually, Lake County has that business-friendly climate where you live in Lake County and you want to write a book, you don't need a business license. You're a watercolor artist and you want to sell your artwork, you don't need a business license. They presume these types of businesses are operating legally. Whereas it appears we've gone overboard and it's actually harming the incubation of new small businesses in our county. So I use the word most. I think we do need some business licenses, but I think we could model our approach after Lake County's. Theirs seems to be successful, and they've found a balance between protecting the public and encouraging business development. And so with this item, I would ask staff to look at using Lake County as a model and determining which types of businesses need to be licensed in our county to protect the public.
Any other comments?
No.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, with business licenses, I had always thought that it was meant to protect public health and ensure that the business meets its minimum requirements in whatever field they're in. I know there's a big discussion nationally about requiring licenses, and I guess California, as a state, requires certain licensing in many, many fields and kind of leads the nation in that requirement. So I'm just not sure what Lake County has, and it'd be nice if it would have been attached, whatever their ordinance is, rules for business license, and also fees. And before I'm ready to make a decision, though, I'd like to hear from staff, because I don't think this is the norm on a lot of business licenses that are applied for.
And it seems, okay. CEO.
Chair Hashak, I was thinking that you wanted me to respond to Supervisor Brown's comment.
Right, I do.
Okay, all right, thank you. The way that I look at this, I look at this as an opportunity for the different departments, the Treasurer's Office, the Executive Office, Planning and Building, and the Auditor's Office, to get together and really look at our business licenses and what we do, and look at the process, and also the money that comes in and what that covers, what it doesn't cover, and then come back to this board with the full report. And that's what I look at. I know that there is a lot of concern. I can tell you that some of the departments that are sitting in this room right now on this particular item have some concerns about this. This item, in my opinion, doesn't say to eliminate the business plans or the business licenses. What this says is to look at a plan, to make them optional. Now, whether we could do that or not, I'm not certain we can. I'm not certain this board would want to. But I think the process of pulling the departments together, look at the business licenses, look at what we do, how we do it, we can only come back with a better plan and a better process. So from my perspective, as long as we have the time, this board doesn't want this back in 30 days, we have some time to look at this. I don't see a problem with this item at all. I think it can only benefit us as far as trying to create some efficiencies. So thank you.
Supervisor Jordy.
Well, I would like to hear from county staff today and at a future meeting. And I'm hoping that if we give direction, that we give direction that to look at a number of different things. The optional language is here, but I'd also like us to consider the value that I believe there is in protecting neighborhoods from certain types of business activities that are commercial in scale and may or may not be appropriate for different neighborhoods. And as most people know, a home is in most cases a person's single greatest asset and that they have, and so they obviously get very defensive of protecting that asset, their home, and not wanting to see in many cases a large commercial operation next door, and they sometimes become surprised by what's going on next door. So I think I see the value in having some evaluation of something that is beyond, say, a small home business. And I think Supervisor Williams' example was what I think most people would call a small home business, and it would be more than that example, obviously. So anyway, so I would like us to look at that, and then I'd also like staff to look at the concept of once that evaluation was done, given the fact that the business license is $40 a year, and it's possible the county's not making any net money out of that $40 in reissuing that year after year. So maybe it's not a loss to the county general fund. Maybe it is. I don't know. If in year 2 and 3 and 4 that $40 was not paid again, but there may be a value in still having that business license issued initially, and a signature by the applicant saying, this is my business, these are the things I do. That evaluation takes place based on their zoning and their inappropriateness, and it's good in perpetuity unless they substantially change their business. So if someone starts writing a book and then wants to come in and I'm giving a gross example here, but wants to operate an asphalt plant, that business license doesn't carry forward to the other operation. And so anyway, so I think there's a number of things to look at, and I just want to make sure that we look at lots of angles on this issue, because I don't want us to unintentionally create a problem that none of us want to create.
And one of the things I've heard is that it's not just the cost of the building or the business permit, but actually the time it takes to get that from the applicants going to the office here, filling out the form, to actually getting the permit. Then could be up to 6 months, or it takes a long time that taxes aren't being collected, the business is on hold. And so I think that's a major issue. So if that could be wrapped into this scope of work and seeing how we can streamline that process too, that would help. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And based on the correspondence submitted with this item from West Business Development Center, there's obviously a lot of work to be done, I think, to streamline the process. And it isn't the $40 for the business license, but for anyone in business or trying to go into business, time is money. So the longer that period stretches out, so I think there could be some work done to determine how can we better streamline the process. And for those people that work remotely, and increasingly there are more and more of them. That should be a checkbox that we don't need to come inspect your place of work because it's your laptop.
Right.
There could be other categories of business that, just a very quick review of zoning, if it's, and frankly, our zoning code is in need of review. Probably the greatest single thing we could do for economic development would be to review and update the zoning code, which is tremendously out of date, but we don't have staff currently to be able to go through and do that. But it's another one of these things that has grown and expanded over time. Hardly anything ever gets taken out. We just keep adding more stuff. There's a lot of complexity over what businesses are allowed where. And yet if you liberalize it too much, then you get complaints about where did this wine bar come from? But if it's in a business district, should that be an issue? One other wrinkle that the state has handed to us just recently, if we want to suddenly eliminate business licenses, and I'm not advocating for that, I don't think we have the information. There's so many other things tied to a business license. I think that's kind of the entry for code enforcement for one thing. But Senate Bill 205 mandates that when someone, as of January 1st, someone applies for a business license, then they're placing a responsibility on the county to see if the applicant is enrolled with the National Pollutant Discharge System program. Are they enrolled or are they exempt? And they're putting it on the county to verify this information. It looks quite a bit like an unfunded mandate to me, although they no doubt would say, oh, just raise your business license fee. But this has implications, given that the intent of that state law was to capture all those people that are not complying. That's exactly why they adopted it. There's a lot of people subject to the pollutant discharge program that have not come forward. So they're trying to capture them through the building permit. Given that that's on the books now, if we take that off the book and say, oh, we're not doing the business license, we will have to, I believe we will have to review the environmental implications of that, and is that a significant impact to the environment that would have to be addressed? So it starts to get pretty complicated. And I had a brief conversation with County Council on that topic. I don't know if he has anything he would care to add on that.
Mr. Chair, if I
County
may,
Counsel.
thank you for Supervisor McCowan for bringing this to our attention. We have looked at it a little bit. I would say that before we would take that step, we need some additional time for further review on that issue. We have done some initial analysis, but I don't think we're at a point where we can give an answer just yet.
Correct, but potentially there are environmental implications that
Yes.
would require environmental review.
Yeah, yes. So the issue is one we'd want to look at before any action was taken.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this issue? Please state your name.
Malcolm McDonald, Little River. I kind of crossed the line in two ways that Supervisor Williams was talking about in the book writing thing. Yeah, I have a novel out that's named Outlaw Ford, and I wrote it in my own little corner of the kitchen, where I also write the AVA columns and articles. So if somebody came there, probably there's too many piles of paperwork from the Coast Hospital and old-timey 19th century history. Might be a fire hazard. I'm gonna have to clean some of that up. But a more realistic, that has some realistic nature, because I try to sell those through the independent bookstores like gallerybookshop.com in Mendocino, where you can get it as easily as anything on that corporate thing I won't mention. But I was reminded while this was being talked about, my father for years, decades and decades, spent 2 or 2.5 months a year creating wreaths and other Christmas ornaments for sale. He probably had a business license because a lot of that was done, Supervisor Brown may remember this from her Farm Bureau days, through the Farm Bureau, through the 4-H club back when the Oddfellows Hall still belonged to the 4-H club, as it should still today, but that's a separate issue. And nowadays, I know a person on the coast who makes beautiful wreaths and other Christmas things and holiday ornaments from, very similar to what my dad used to do. I doubt if he has a business license for it, because he also does little maintenance jobs here and there. You couldn't call him a landscaper, really. He dog sits for people, he house sits for people, he gets paid for all these things. He even cattle sits for somebody who will remain nameless. And that's the kind of real thing, and that there are almost endless examples like that in my district, which is Supervisor Williams' district, and I know in Supervisor Jurdy's district. So I hope that you folks aren't spending so much time in places like this and just extra meetings, which is commendable, all the meetings you guys go to, just by the list of ad hoc. This is a realistic thing of, I believe in regulating for public safety as much as possible. But this is a real thing. So please don't just think that it's a small issue. And I think that the CEO has it right, that it needs to be at least looked into.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other comments from the floor? All right, back to the board. Is there a motion? Supervisor Williams.
I move we direct the executive office to look at ways to reduce business licensing burdens for small businesses, considering Lake County as an example, and return with options.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Supervisor McCowan.
What does reduce burdens mean? Streamline the process or eliminate the license?
Well, I think part of the research may uncover that the $40 is not the issue. It's the 3 to 5 months of waiting, or the $40 isn't the issue. It's having our planning and building department look at a structure that has nothing to do with the business. It's somebody who's out, selling goods they've produced away from home. We don't need to be inspecting their home for code violations. So I think reducing the burden is possibly removing the business license requirement, but also leaving the business license requirement in place, but making it less burdensome to acquire.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan.
Well, shouldn't we also be determining what all is tied to the business license? What other processes are implicated by having a business license or not having it?
And I think that if we can go online, so is it a burden to have to come to Ukiah to apply for a license? All those kind of things. I think that's included in your motion, right?
Yep.
Okay. Understood?
So
we're good?
Everything suggested here is encompassed in the motion.
Okay.
Is
Right.
that agreeable to the maker of the motion?
I agree, and it sounds like the CEO took ample notes.
Okay. Okay, we're going to vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, very good. Now we're on to item 2B, which is adoption of proclamation recognizing January 2020 as Positive Parenting Awareness Month in Mendocino County. I was the sponsor of this. I'm going to pass it over to Supervisor Brown, who has the proclamation.
I sure do, and it's tied into our next agenda item, so I'm very honored to bring that agenda item forth for today, and I'm very honored to read the proclamation of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors recognizing Positive Parenting Awareness Month for Mendocino County, whereas raising children and youth to become healthy, confident, capable individuals is the most important job parents and caregivers have. And whereas positive parenting strengthens family relationships, increases parents' confidence, and promotes children's healthy development. And whereas the quality of parenting starting in the prenatal period is one of the most powerful predictors of children's future social, emotional, and physical health. And whereas positive parenting can prevent or mitigate the effects of adverse childhood experiences, ACEs, such as child abuse, neglect, and other traumatic events that can create dangerous levels of stress and impair lifelong health and well-being. And whereas many parents and caregivers begin the lifetime job of raising children unprepared, and the social stigma of seeking help prevents many of them from getting parenting support. And whereas in Mendocino County, families come in many forms, and children are raised by parents, grandparents, foster parents, family members, and other caregivers. And whereas in Mendocino County, families can receive support from various positive parenting programs, such as Triple P, Positive Parenting Program, an evidence-based program that has been offered for more than 13 years in English and Spanish by many organizations and individuals throughout the county, thanks to a partnership between First Five Mendocino, the Mendocino County Health and Human Services Agency, the Family Resource Centers, and North Coast Opportunities, Early Head Start, and Head Start programs, Mendocino County Superior Courts, and Ford Street Project. And whereas Triple P is an effective, universal public health parenting intervention reaching approximately 1,000 parents and children of diverse backgrounds in Mendocino County who benefit each year. And whereas Triple P offers parents and caregivers a toolkit of proven strategies for strengthening relationships with their children, promoting children's development, and preventing or managing common parenting challenges. And whereas Triple P parenting strategies such as spending quality time together, giving positive attention, and giving descriptive praise, simple, practical, changing families' lives for the better. And whereas during the month of January, First Five Mendocino, along with public, private, and nonprofit partners, will be increasing awareness of the importance of positive parenting and the availability of resources such as Triple P. And whereas the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors values the well-being of their children and families and lasting benefits of the positive parenting program. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino hereby proclaims January 2020 as Positive Parenting Awareness Month in Mendocino County and commend this observance to the people of this county. Dated 1/7/2020, signed by our chair, Supervisor John Haschek. Would you like to present it?
Sure.
Proclamation? Did you get it signed?
Yes. Okay. And it's great that we have a lot of people from the social service community here today and doing the real good work that needs to be done in this county. So I really appreciate all the work that all of you do. Thank you. Oh, and we have a public comment card from Roseanne Ibarra. And so, Roseanne?
Thank you, Chair Hashek, Supervisors, CEO Angelo, County staff. My name is Roseanne Ibarra. I'm the Executive Director for First 5 Mendocino. I want to thank the board for this proclamation. This will be the second year that we have recognized Positive Parenting Awareness Month in Mendocino County. And First 5 Mendocino was a pioneer here in California to bring the Positive Parenting Program. It's an international evidence-based program. And now, at this point in time, we have multiple counties that are also doing positive parenting. And so it's an incredible resource that we have available, and with partnership as well from the county that we're able to offer this year. So thank you so much for your support and recognition.
And I believe Supervisor Haschek is our representative to First 5.
Yes.
Do you want staff to come up and be part of the presentation?
And now we're moving on to item 6E, which is discussion and possible action, including acceptance of presentation by the Childhood Trauma Action Team of Mendocino County on Adverse Childhood Experiences, ACEs. So Supervisor Brown is the sponsor of this.
Yes, I am, and with the proclamation, we received some good information, but it is an honor to have all of you here to be able to tell us more about ACEs and the occurrences in early stages of a child's life and the negative effect it can have on them throughout their entire lifetime. So I'm excited to have you here, and please go forward with your presentation.
Hello, thank you again. My name is Roseanne Ibarra, Executive Director for First 5 Mendocino, and I have Julie Featherston here from Healthy Mendocino. She's also an integral part of the work we're doing, and Sharon Hildebrand, who is our chair. So I'm here today as wearing my First 5 hat, but also wearing my hat as a member of the Policy Council on Children and Youth. And so this presentation today is from the Childhood Trauma Action Team, which is a subcommittee of PCCY, the Policy Council on Children and Youth. So Julie and I will be discussing the work that the CTAT group, the Childhood Trauma Action Team, has been doing, and then also we'll be providing an overview of adverse childhood experiences. We will discuss how this presents in our community, and we will also discuss what we can do about it. In thinking about the work that the Childhood Trauma Action Team does, our vision is that all children will have the support and opportunity to grow up in stable and supportive families, and families will have access to support in times of need. Over the last 10 months, the CTAT group has been refining our approach and how we address the work, how we address adverse childhood experiences in Mendocino County. We've created a detailed work plan that will be working on coordinating our strategic plans. So at this table, we have a number of different child advocates represented. So coordinating our strategic plans from our agencies, coordinating our investments. So looking at the money that we put towards this work, and also our staff time. And then coming to this table to jointly review and redirect our work as needed as we move through the year. So what we're finding is that there's a lot of good work happening in Mendocino County, and we're so busy doing the work that we oftentimes don't get an opportunity to kind of reach across the aisle and to do collaborative work. So we find that oftentimes we're siloed. So making sure that we're using a common language and making sure that our work is complementary to those of our partner agencies, and that it links up, and that it's also addressing the spectrum of need across the ages from 0 to 24. So you'll be hearing today that the ACEs work is complex. There's a number of different facets to it, from looking at the individual themselves, the family unit, the broader community, the time that before trauma happens, the trauma itself, and then post-trauma. The other layers include the service delivery and how entities prevent and respond to trauma. I would say that each of us, each community member, each agency, each elected, holds a piece of this work, even if we aren't proximate to the issue. The CTAT group consists of 14 child advocates, and just to name a few, we have Tapestry, Mendocino County Youth Project, the Mendocino County Office of Education, SPACE, Hopland Band of Pomo Indians, Adventist Health, Mendocino Community Health Clinics, and our County Family and Children's Services, the Community Outreach Unit, and our Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health. Our goals are to support family resource centers in the county through sustainable funding. We also support the continued collaboration between public and private entities. We advocate for the commitment of a defined percentage of the local cannabis tax to support children and families. And we also, anytime that there's a policy matter, to consider the impact on Mendocino County's children and families. So the strategies that we use to achieve these goals, we've been working to educate the community on adverse childhood experiences, trauma and resilience, and the 5 protective factors. So those factors are parental resilience, social connections, knowledge of parenting and child development, concrete support in times of need, social and emotional competence of children. So we really find that it's important that children have positive interactions and that they have the ability to self-regulate and to effectively communicate their feelings. And our second strategy is to advocate for more funding for prevention. And the third strategy is to advocate for ACEs screening. So there was a legislation that was passed and it became effective January 1st where providers can conduct ACEs screenings and be compensated for that. So that's through Medi-Cal. And so we've been doing, our attention has really been focused on that. And making sure that providers are prepared to administer these screenings, but also that community-based organizations are prepared to receive the referrals that they'll be getting. Part of this work, we've been more intentional about how we're designing our training calendars as well. A number of the advocates have training dollars, and so making sure that our trainings build off of each other and truly meet the needs in Mendocino County. This month, the County Office of Education will be hosting Reframe Your Brain on Saturday. I'm sorry, not this month. This is going to be Saturday, February 1st. And so that conference is for educators to learn how they can support students that have experienced trauma. CASA, who is also part of our group, created a coping skills toolbox and delivered it to every school as of December. We will be working on creating a map of trauma and resilience services in the county, and also identifying different access points for families. And the purpose is we want to identify gaps and also identify how service providers can better coordinate across the various systems that are involved. And we're finding that a lot of community members and agencies even, I would say, are not aware of what all is available in the county. So we want to make something that's going to be internal for our purposes and planning, but then also make a product that's useful for the general public. And so now I'll invite Julie up to discuss adverse childhood experiences.
Thank you all for having us today. I'm Julie Featherston. And I think the thing about ACEs that brought us here is not only the prevalence in our county and the effects, but the science that has come in the last 5 to 10 years about how it changes the brain and how it impacts social, emotional, physical health, lifespan, a range of things that we'll be talking about in this. We wanted to give you an overview, a little TED Talk that Nadine Burke-Harris, who is now our Surgeon General for the state of California, gave in 2015. And it really does a great job of summing up some of this, and then we'll go into a few more details. So let's see if I can remember how to.
That dramatically increased the risk for 7 out of 10 of the leading causes of death in the United States. In high doses, it affects brain development, the immune system, hormonal systems, and even the way our DNA is read and transcribed. Folks who are exposed in very high doses have triple the lifetime risk of heart disease and lung cancer, and a 20-year difference in life expectancy. And yet doctors today are not trained in routine screening or treatment. Now, the exposure I'm talking about is not a pesticide or a packaging chemical. It's childhood trauma. Okay, what kind of trauma am I talking about here? I'm not talking about failing a test or losing a basketball game. I am talking about threats that are so severe or pervasive that they literally get under our skin and change our physiology. Things like abuse or neglect, or growing up with a parent who struggles with mental illness or substance dependence. Now, for a long time, I viewed these things in the way I was trained to view them, either as a social problem, refer to social services, or as a mental health problem, refer to mental health services. And then something happened to make me rethink my entire approach. When I finished my residency, I wanted to go someplace where I felt really needed, someplace where I could make a difference. So I came to work for California Pacific Medical Center, one of the best private hospitals in Northern California, and together we opened a clinic in Bayview Hunters Point, one of the poorest, most underserved neighborhoods in San Francisco. Now, prior to that point, there had been only one pediatrician in all of Bayview to serve more than 10,000 children. So we hung a shingle, and we were able to provide top quality care regardless of ability to pay. It was so cool. We targeted the typical health disparities: access to care, immunization rates, asthma hospitalization rates, and we hit all of our numbers. We felt very proud of ourselves. But then I started noticing a disturbing trend. A lot of kids were being referred to me for ADHD, or attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. But when I actually did a thorough history and physical, what I found was that for most of my patients, I couldn't make a diagnosis of ADHD. Most of the kids I was seeing had experienced such severe trauma that it felt like something else was going on. Somehow, I was missing something important. Now, before I did my residency, I did a master's degree in public health. And one of the things that they teach you in public health school is that if you're a doctor and you see 100 kids that all drink from the same well, and 98 of them develop diarrhea, you can go ahead and write that prescription for dose after dose after dose of antibiotics, or you can walk over and say, what the hell is in this well? So I began reading everything that I could get my hands on about how exposure to adversity affects the developing brains and bodies of children. And then one day, my colleague walked into my office and he said, Dr. Burke, have you seen this? In his hand was a copy of a research study called the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study. That day changed my clinical practice and ultimately my career. The Adverse Childhood Experiences Study is something that everybody needs to know about. It was done by Dr. Vince Felitti at Kaiser and Dr. Bob Onda at the CDC, and together they asked 17,500 adults about their history of exposure to what they called adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs. Those include physical, emotional, or sexual abuse, physical or emotional neglect, parental mental illness, substance dependence, incarceration, parental separation or divorce, or domestic violence. For every yes, you would get a point on your ACE score. And then what they did was they correlated these ACE scores against health outcomes. What they found was striking. Two things. Number one, ACEs are incredibly common. 67% of the population had at least one ACE, and 12.6%, 1 in 8, had 4 or more ACEs. The second thing that they found was that there was a dose-response relationship between ACEs and health outcomes. The higher your ACE score, the worse your health outcomes. For a person with an ACE score of 4 or more, their relative risk of chronic obstructive pulmonary disease was 2.5 times that of someone with an ACE score of 0. For hepatitis, it was also 2.5 times. For depression, it was 4.5 times. For suicidality, it was 12 times. A person with an ACE score of 7 or more had triple the lifetime risk of lung cancer and 3.5 times the risk of ischemic heart disease, the #1 killer in the United States of America. Well, of course, this makes sense. You know, some people looked at this data and they said, come on, you have a rough childhood, you're more likely to drink and smoke and do all these things that are going to ruin your health. This isn't science. This is just bad behavior. It turns out this is exactly where the science comes in. We now understand, better than we ever have before, how exposure to early adversity affects the developing brains and bodies of children. It affects areas like the nucleus accumbens, the pleasure and reward center of the brain that is implicated in substance dependence. It inhibits the prefrontal cortex, which is necessary for impulse control and executive function, a critical area for learning. And on MRI scans, we see measurable differences in the amygdala, the brain's fear response center. So there are real neurologic reasons why folks exposed to high doses of adversity are more likely to engage in high-risk behavior, and that's important to know. But it turns out that even if you don't engage in any high-risk behavior, you're still more likely to develop heart disease or cancer. The reason for this has to do with the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, the brain's and body's stress response system that governs our fight or flight response. How does it work? Well, imagine you're walking in the forest and you see a bear. Immediately, your hypothalamus sends a signal to your pituitary, which sends a signal to your adrenal gland that says, release stress hormones, adrenaline, cortisol. And so your heart starts to pound, your pupils dilate, your airways open up, and you are ready to either fight that bear or run from the bear. And that is wonderful if you're in a forest and there's a bear. But the problem is what happens when the bear comes home every night. And this system is activated over and over and over again. And it goes from being adaptive or life-saving to maladaptive or health damaging. Children are especially sensitive
Links to that video and to any other information that you might want after we're done. So again, what are adverse childhood experiences? They're physical, emotional, sexual abuse, physical and emotional neglect, and then household dysfunction like mental illness, incarcerated behavior, substance abuse. These are the things that we see over and over again identified as high priorities in our county when we do community health needs assessments. And the county itself spends millions of dollars, I would say, although I haven't done the analysis directly, on substance use disorder treatment, opioid, the Safer RX Coalition, direct response to domestic violence, mental illness. And so this is a real cost to our county, not just in dollars, but in human capital as well. So the thing I think that most people don't really take home with them is that this isn't just a behavioral issue. It actually changes the physical structure of your brain, your nervous system, and even your DNA. And those changes in your DNA can be passed on for up to 3 generations. So if I were to experience adverse childhood events and those changes happen in my brain and body, even if my children did not, I'm still passing it on, not through behavior, but through my genes. So it's a long-lasting impact. She mentioned some of the increased, sorry, I need my glasses. Some of the increased risks, and I just wanted to highlight a few of those. They talk about 12 times the suicide rate. The Mendocino County rate of suicide is 21.3 out of 100,000, which is more than twice of California. So in a lot of our indicators, and I was here a couple months ago talking to you about child abuse in the foster parent and adoption month. A lot of our indicators are over double of California. This is just an ongoing issue for us in substance abuse, child abuse. So it's not surprising when we're talking about injected drug use that it's 10.3 times as likely to use injected drugs if you've had 4 or more childhood adverse experiences. Well, our rate in Mendocino County is 21.3 per 100,000 deaths from heroin overdose. This is directly related to ACEs. And I can go on and on. I'm happy to share more data with you in general if you would like it. So how are we seeing this in your communities, in our communities? So I was hoping that maybe we could just do a little popcorn style of some of the largest health issues in your districts that you're seeing that are human. So mental illness or drug abuse.
Substance abuse, poor diet, lack of exercise.
Yeah. Anybody else?
Substance abuse.
I have to agree.
Substance abuse. Yeah. So again, 7.3 times, I believe, is an increased rate of substance abuse if you have had 4 or more adverse childhood experiences. So you're seeing this in the direct impact of adverse childhood experiences in your communities, and each of them. And the cost, I believe that in your packet you have this overview sheet on the cost of child abuse to Mendocino County and the adverse childhood experiences, and sorry. Thank you. $5.1 million. That, I'm sorry, I didn't pull out the right thing. So we're talking about higher healthcare costs, increased incarceration rates, lower education achievement, impacts on mental health outcomes, and challenges to achieving self-sufficiency. Does this sound familiar? When we talk about homelessness, which is a big issue we continue to talk about and struggle with how to impact effectively, in some populations they've seen as many as 86% of homeless individuals have up to 8 ACEs or more. 10 times likely to have physical abuse in their household in those ACEs. And in San Jose, 66% of the homeless have 5 or more ACEs in the homeless population. So even those things that we don't think have anything to do with adverse childhood experiences, like obesity, you said diet and exercise. When they originally did this study, they did it because they were finding that in obese adults, they did treatment and they would lose weight and then they would gain it back. And when the doctor started asking more questions, what they found was sexual abuse history in their childhood. And that's why they originally did the study. So it's an impact that goes to your local resources and the cost. So you're also the largest employer in Mendocino County, and how does this impact your staff? Because it's not just in mental health or physical health, but it's also been shown in several studies that it affects job problems, financial problems, and absenteeism in the workforce. And it is also still a dose-dependent relationship, which means the more ACEs you've experienced, the more you tend to have these problems on a frequent basis. So how much is this costing you in lost productivity, health, and injury claims? It would be interesting to know. There's increased rates in clinical depression, 2 times likely to have diabetes, 2.3 times likely to report poor health. So missed days of work, lower performance, less employee engagement.
Hey, Julie?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams has a question.
Yeah, in your previous slide, you don't need to back up. What is the trend in our county? Are we improving? Are we getting worse? Is it stagnant?
The trend in ACEs?
Yeah, and I know the methodology has changed over the years, but I mean, if we were to look the last decade or if we were to look generationally, are we better or worse?
Well, we actually have only recently began to a screen for ACEs in Mendocino County, and we have very limited data on that. But when we look at the indicators of the impacts, like mental health, child abuse, pretty much most of those indicators, and I'm going to defer to you guys, have been consistently going, what's the word, worse, or at least remaining the same over generations. Right? Is there anything you can think of? Yeah, no, there's not anything I can think of.
And do you see that trend continuing?
I do, because it's a matter of how do we address this from a prevention point of view. Like if you address the downstream effects, then the cost, it's like 3 times the cost to address the outcome. If you start to back it up and look at, for example, triple P parenting, when you're in a family in crisis that's having an issue, and if you bring resources to that family with small children before their brains start to develop these patterns and they've already had negative health outcomes, you're really saving money and creating both capital and human reserve in that process. And I think that's why one of our strategies is to ask for more prevention dollars in this area. Does that answer your question? And I'm going to, so let's talk about prevention for just a moment. When we think about prevention, obviously, I mean, sometimes we talk about how do we stop it from happening, and maybe that'll be asking families to go into a court-ordered or a differential response counseling or the other kind of support. But we rarely think about really going back up to the children at the earliest stage and before the violence or behavior occurs, and working on providing the supports, information, education, protective factors that we would need to prevent it from happening in the first place. And as I said, since it goes for 3 generations, this is a really important piece to be able to stop childhood trauma from having collateral damage through the generations. So there's 3 kinds of prevention: primary, secondary, and tertiary. And we really want to move upstream as much as possible to that primary prevention, again, to create financial and capital savings, human capital savings. And I'm going to turn it back over to Roseanne.
Thank you, Julie. So what can be done about ACEs? So on this slide, you'll see that home visiting is one of the items that listed in here in Mendocino County. We do have home visiting. We have Healthy Families America that was launched approximately 2 years ago. There's parenting training programs that are also listed, and here in Mendocino County, we have Positive Parenting Program. Intimate partner violence prevention, we have Project Sanctuary. Social supports for parents, programs for teens. We have family resource centers that for that. I know that the Behavioral Health Department, our Behavioral Health Board, and the Measure B group, and also Fort Street have been doing a lot of good work on mental illness and substance abuse treatment. And then also listed on here, you'll see that there's preschool enrichment and then a mention about assistance for families. And we need more preschools and childcare and, of course, sufficient income for families here in Mendocino County. And it's fantastic that we have these programs in place, and we need to do more to support them. You'll also see listed here that safe, stable, and nurturing relationships are essential. How are we ensuring safe, stable, and nurturing relationships is the question. We as leaders and service providers, are we modeling this for our families and children, and how we work together and how we provide services? In my opinion, this really comes down to the fundamental question of what are we doing to build our human reserves? We often talk a lot about fiscal reserves. I would say human reserves are just as important. I know as our county leaders, you're working hard to ensure responsible stewardship of our financial and natural resources. But I also, I want us to think about how are we addressing the human ones. So when we consider the current landscape, Governor Newsom has been prioritizing young children. His budget puts forward $2 billion for early learning and healthcare. He has a 2-generation strategy that's been proposed to invest in parents so that they can in turn invest in their children. The state's currently working on the creation of a master plan for early learning and care. And Governor Newsom appointed our very first Surgeon General, Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris, who you heard from on the video. Dr. Harris is a champion for ACEs, and both at the state and federal level, funds are being directed towards ACEs work. The legislature passed legislation, as we've been discussing, that's going to be compensating providers to do ACEs screenings, and that's effective January 1st. So in thinking about what can we do about this issue, you're part of the solution. All of us are part of the solution. To think how different our communities would be if individuals had the appropriate intervention and resources they needed when they were children. What would their quality of life be like now? From what I've seen as an agency person, we are reactive here in Mendocino County. We need to be more proactive. All of us are working to enhance the quality of life for those here in Mendocino County. And to do that, we need to hear directly from the communities we serve. Is it possible for supervisors to host fireside chats, town halls in your districts on issues related to children and families? This would go a long way to help the Policy Council on Children and Youth and our Childhood Trauma Action Team with the work we're doing. Your presence and attention are critical to advancing our work. Is it possible for leadership to embed children, youth, and older adults into your plans so that all Mendocino County children, youth, and older adults are protected from neglect and abuse? Would it be possible for leadership to prioritize upstream investments to build our human reserves? Governor Newsom said, every child in our state should have the resources and support they need to live happy and healthy lives. Here in Mendocino County, the child advocates need your help to address ACEs and to make sure children and families have what they need. Thank you so much for your time today, and I invite Sharon Hildebrand, our chair, to come up. There are packets that were distributed to you, and she was just going to go over briefly what's included in your packets.
Thank you, Roseanne, and thank you to our Board of Supervisors and support staff. My name is Sharon Hildebrand. I'm the director of CASA, which is Court-Appointed Special Advocates of Lake and Mendocino County. I'm also the chair for the Childhood Trauma Action Team, but we really, I just do all the copying and make the agenda. We really are a collaborative committee, and we're a grassroots committee that does a lot of the prevention and education in the community for Policy Council on Children and Youth, which by statute is our county designated policy and child abuse prevention council. So every county has to have a child abuse prevention council. Put that back together there. Oh, well. And you're probably wondering, what does all this mean? This is an explanation as opposed to an excuse of why our county is having to spend a lot of money on child abuse prevention, child abuse intervention, mental health, substance abuse, incarceration, juvenile incarceration, and further down the line. And so trying to bring awareness to what is causing this, an explanation, it should be able to help you develop prevention plans and strategic plans. And so when we were talking about giving this presentation to you, and we've always come in front of you and talked about child abuse prevention in our county, one of the things that we want to support our county is building a strategic plan that every single time defines as a priority children and families. If we forget to consider supporting what is building and rebuilding our community on a generation-to-generation basis, we're not going to put in place a healthy county going forward for our children. So in your packets, on the left side of the packet, there is an example of an existing strategic plan. This one happens to be from San Diego County, because you know what? We're all into instead of rebuilding things, if we can borrow and build on that to make our county better, why not? Then we don't have to start fresh. So this defines the strategic plan under the Living Safely as one of the goals of all San Diego children, youth, and older adults are protected from neglect and abuse.
Okay, just 1 second.
Yes.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. And I would say, and now I see it in my packet, that on our legislative platform, the policy statement on marijuana and youth that you brought forward 2 years ago or so?
3 years ago.
In 3 years is attached.
Yes, I did put that in there. And the idea is that, and that's important, she brings it up, I gave you the copy that our policy council recommended for your legislative platform with regards to youth and marijuana. Supervisor Williams asked, where are we going? We're going the wrong way as to statistics, as to our county. Some may say, is that because we're becoming more aware of reporting? Absolutely. Is that because we're putting a name to it? Absolutely. That doesn't mean that we can't look at the trend and try to put a stop to it by putting in place opportunities. And one of the biggest opportunities is bringing services to your districts within your districts. Those are your family resource centers. We need to sustain those family resource centers. At the same time, also build infrastructure within each of them to bring the considerable services to each of those family resource centers. So again, on your left, you have a lot of legislative information, okay? There's also a...
Thank you, Carla. I was going to take mine off and take it down there. I didn't know what happened to it.
On electronics. One of the documents on the left-hand side is an Assembly Bill 2083, which was supposed to have been taken effect January 1st. It is Trauma-Informed System of Care Summary. We as a county are obligated to put some MOUs together. I believe we have until fiscal year 7-1 to complete that. It speaks to exactly what we spoke to today, was what is in place for our system of care to meet the obligations of that Assembly Bill. Also, I put some briefs in there, and then in the back is Preventing Adverse Childhood Experience. It actually looks at opportunities to leverage best available community practices, okay? On the other side, you have your, the second one is you may be curious about what your ACE score is, okay? You can take the little test, and on the back of it is a resiliency score. I would suggest to you that many in this room and have ACEs. It could be 1, it could be 10, but opportunity exists in resiliency, which is what we talked about, the protective factors, and that's on the back. So make sure to take that score and look at that, what we are missing out on some of our supports for our families. Building community resilience, you're looking at our adverse childhood experiences. Nationally, we have children with two or more ACEs. Nationally, it's 21.7%. California, it's 17%. Mendocino County is 31%. All right? It also goes into our domestic violence rates, our child mortality rates. We are almost twice the state average on child mortality. I do sit on the Child Death Review Committee. There's a lot of work that we have to do for prevention opportunities to make sure our children are not dying at twice the rate in the state of California. Also in your packet, it's a study, Economics of Child Abuse. This is study specific to Mendocino County. This is what you as county government have to work with ultimately is how do we fund programs? It is astonishing how much the adverse childhood experiences, which then move forward in adulthood, are costing our county. So there's also a very detailed document that tells how this study was derived, okay? We also have some more resources that I've given you, and then there is a quick sheet on stress and early brain growth. So as a moving forward, we want you to understand and to start talking about this in your districts. We're willing to help you. So we would like to schedule before the end of this fiscal year fireside chats in your communities that are focused on children and families. It can be an hour chat. We will designate a point person in every single district where you decide to have them. We're happy to send information. We do trainings that are free. Mandated reporter trainings we do free. Many of our trainings are Triple P trainings, which we have a lot of them right now, this fiscal year planned, free, okay? We have an early childhood mental health training, part 3 coming up, which is part of a state study, which the ACEs directive to our pediatrics and our clinics for the ACEs mandate to start January 1st, free. So those can all be looked at on Healthy Mendocino, and we encourage you to ask questions, okay? I just attended Beyond the Bench, which is held every 2 years for our child dependency delinquency. It's through the juvenile courts in San Diego, and Nadine Burke spoke to, there was over 2,000 people attending. It was refreshing when she asked how many of you know what ACEs are. It was refreshing to see greater than 75% of the room dead. So this is something that has been made a priority in the state of California, and we want to make it a priority in Mendocino County to understand it, because to understand it is to prevent it. Thanks.
Sharon, we have a question here.
Yes.
Supervisor Williams.
Is county government doing its part today?
In what way?
Well, are we making a difference? Have we stepped up? Are we providing what needs to be provided to change the trend?
I think that you could probably ask 15 different people in this room, and we're all going to have a different opinion.
What's your answer?
But my answer is that can we do more? Yes, we can all do more. And I would suggest that sustaining it through sustainable funding through our family resource centers and further development in where our families are is the most important thing. We don't have a good transportation infrastructure. People can't get to Ukiah for services. We have to take it to them. Okay.
I'll take you up on the help with the fireside chat.
Absolutely.
But I think it would be beneficial as we talk about building a strategic plan in the coming months to get an understanding of other rural counties that have made a difference, that have a good trajectory. What are they doing so that we can borrow some ideas and look at what it'll cost, because we need to get those costs into
Absolutely.
our long term.
I'm happy to get that for you. One of the things is the requests that we have brought in front of informational wise, although I will say that you and Supervisor Hashek may not know about it, is we have made requests through a 20 by 20 to defer some of the marijuana tax to children and families through sustainability programs in each district.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I very much appreciate your answer. Instead of, it's very easy to be critical. I really like the answer, we can always do more. Because wherever we are on the scale, we can always do more.
Absolutely.
And I do think the family resource centers are critical. And in the past, I've advocated for additional funding for the family resource centers. And something that all of you might put together for us, what are specific needs of the family resource centers that aren't being met
We can do that.
currently?
We will do that for you.
And
Absolutely.
again, we're in this situation, we have many critical needs, the demand for which greatly exceeds the resources, but it's still going to be helpful to have a clear picture of specifically exactly what is the critical need and what should we be trying to meet.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Jordy.
I just want to say that I'd be happy to be part of a workshop on the coast.
Excellent.
But before that, I'd like to meet with your group and try to understand what's going to be presented, because I think in addition to identifying problems, I think we need to identify solutions, because otherwise people go away hopeless.
Absolutely. The rule is we can't complain unless we have a solution. So, yes, we can always do more. Absolutely.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, and Dr. Burke spoke, was one of the keynote speakers at CSAC first week in December, and there was also a speaker at the Health and Human Services Policy Committee, so at CSAC.
Yeah.
So it's a big issue, and they're beginning to look at it all over the
Understanding,
state.
right, understanding it. Our schools, we sent millions of dollars out of this community because our children who may have been identified as ADHD really have post-traumatic stress disorder, okay? So at one point, because their behaviors far exceed what our educators can handle in our schools, and we also have to look at the impact on our other youth in those schools, we need to send them out of county to what's called a non-public school. We do not have one in this county. I would highly encourage that. That's a way to save a lot of money by developing a trauma-informed environment for us to serve these children. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all very much for the presentation and great information. Count me in too for the fireside chat.
We will contact you.
Right.
We'll hold you to it.
Is there any public comment? Ann, you're up.
Thank you. Ann Mulgard. Let's go with chairperson of the Ukiah Unified School Board. So Mendocino was way ahead of the game. In 2005, we brought Dr. Vince Folletti, the creator of the ACEs study out of Kaiser, here to Mendocino County. I believe Supervisors McCowan and not a supervisor yet, but Carrie Brown were both at the Ukiah meeting, and our representatives in Fort Bragg were at the Fort Bragg site as well. And we talked about it, and I think the big difference between 2005 and today is what you brought out is, are there solutions? Because at the beginning, we were just thinking about how many ACEs do you have, and then it stopped. Now, the good news is we know from the research that just recognizing how many ACEs you have helps you and puts you ahead and helps you to start on that road to recovery. But what we also know is the flip side of that page, which is all about the resiliency factors. And we know what they are. They're really good parenting. They're parents who know themselves before they have children. They're having the right needs met in times of emergency, which family resource centers do. It's having support at the beginning, which home visiting does, which is provided now through our public health department. And the other key difference that we know now that we didn't know in 2005 when we started all this ACEs talk is that we have a governor who has put a lot of money and emphasis into this, which means fiscal leveraging opportunities. Because I know you don't have any more money now than you did in 2005 to spare. And one of the great skills of Tammy Moss Chandler, your Health and Human Services Director, is the ability to leverage that funding. And so that is going to be something that you can look for over the next couple of years and ask questions about and make sure that the support is there to leverage what we can. By Governor Newsom appointing both the new Surgeon General and a Director of Early Childhood Development, both two new positions that never existed before, that is a whole new ballgame. And so that's what I think is hopeful this time, whereas before it was more trying to rob Peter to pay Paul. But I think there really are a lot of new funding opportunities this time that have never been there before. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know it's late in the day, but I appreciate the opportunity to comment. Tammy Moss Chandler, your Director of Health and Human Services. I just want to add on to what Ann Mulgar just said about this strategic time in the state of California and here locally, and for this information to come to you really at the cusp of you putting together your Mendocino County strategic plan and the role of prevention in putting children first in Mendocino County. And I love the example of San Diego that was given in the packet to you today. Certainly many county employees here who partnered with San Diego on much of this strategic planning, public health prevention work, and would look forward to continuing to work with our community partners and the board on these efforts. I also just want to take this moment to let you know about the really rich trauma-informed workforce development that is happening. You heard about a couple of the community-based trainings. This has been a key goal in workforce development within Mendocino County and across the state in health and human services. And it's not just, as you heard today, about interventions and prevention with children as a highest priority, but also that you are the largest employer in Mendocino County. And we actually are working diligently around interventions and supports for our own employees who experience secondary trauma every day in the work they do to serve community and to provide intervention services here, whether it's through home visiting, through child welfare services, and through other partnerships. And they're often our most resilient survivors of trauma in our community as well as they serve our public. So we are really excited to be moving forward into 2020 with more emphasis on trauma-informed care and trauma-informed supports for our own employees as we look at our workforce development. Finally, I just want to make sure that you know that you had a host of team members within the county system who were at some of the same events that you heard about today, whether it was Beyond the Bench, where your probation chief is here today. He sent a team of your social services employees, our social services director, our child welfare director, many of our key leaders in child welfare were at that statewide event with our community partners to bring forward these new strategies, and the MOU you heard about in AB 2083 is well on its way based on those partnerships that exist in the county today. And finally, I just want to thank the board for hearing this, for taking the time to focus on ACEs and this really important work that's happening around the country, around the state, and here in Mendocino County. We are the largest funder of the Family Resource Centers in Mendocino County through your board's budget process, and we'll continue to work with you on other solutions and strategies.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comments? Okay, any comments from the board? All right, with that, I think we're going to adjourn at 5:05.